well as numerous folks. We work closely with CPS Energy, San Antonio Water Systems, to keep the lights on. So state-of-the-art type of facility, but more important than the facility, it's that collaboration piece that's happening down there. And so we will continue to do that and working with our partners throughout the UT systems, Texas A&M. NSCC is at UTSA, but we are numerous colleges are all part of that ecosystem. I've got some brochures that I'll have in the back of the room to look at it, but we'd love to have you come down and take a visit.
And he's not Air Force, he was an A-10 pilot, so he's really an Army guy. He's really an Army guy.
So I said at the beginning it was my privilege to work with incredible researchers and incredible students at the university. It's been another privilege here today to work with an incredible panel, and so please join me in thanking them for being here today.
Thank you, Pete. Gentlemen, ma'am, thank you very much for your discussion points. And thank you to all of you and to all of our service members who have served our country. We are aware that many of you are in the room this week, and we appreciate your service to our country and ongoing as your commitment to innovation continues. We will now take quickly, I have to plug that if there are any other innovators in academia here today, there will be a meetup at 250 on the 16th floor in our Willie Conference Room. We invite you all to come to that meetup. We'll now take a 15-minute break. When we come back, we'll be having a panel with the Air Force and Space Force. So we'll see you back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then it'll blow up. Elena, leave me alone. Go away.
Please take your seats. We're going to get started in about 1 minute.
Together.
Start singing. Okay. John Cena song.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to get started with our next session. We'll give you a minute to take your seats. Thank you so much. I'm Haley Guerin. I'm the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Events Manager here at Capital Factory. Thank you so much for the last few days and bringing so much innovation and energy into our space. We really appreciate y'all being here, and especially all the questions you've been asking, the conversations you've been having with our founders is pivotal, so we really appreciate it. If you haven't noticed, Capital Factory, we're huge Star Wars fans. And our next panel brings the Force, Air Force and Space Force, that is, to discuss how they are working together to accelerate getting tech into the hands of their airmen and guardians. Please welcome Helena Krusek, Deputy Engagement Lead at AF Ventures, to moderate this panel.
Thank you. Come on up, gentlemen. Hopefully all can hear me okay. All right, I hear myself. Excellent, it works. Okay. Thanks so much for having us today, everyone. I recognize day 2 of big conferences like this.
Hey everyone, good morning.
Lots of
we are working on getting our
happening
AV switched
good
over,
excuses
so
to
it's
go be
going to be
elsewhere.
just a minute
But
more.
really appreciate
Thank
you all
for
being
your
here because
patience.
this is a really
so
great
this is a good
discussion
time to
we're
fill
gonna
up
be
a
having today
coffee if you need it,
about,
or
not just how we're
grab a
delivering
drink
technology
if you
to
need
our
a
airmen
little
and guardians,
beverage
but how
beforehand.
we
Thank
can
you.
transition these things better, how we can do a better job and learn from each other across our various organizations about how to do this better going forward. So again, my name is Helena Krusek. I'm the Deputy Engagement Lead here for AF Ventures. Have an esteemed panel with us here today. We're going to start.
All right, getting closer. This would probably be an appropriate time for me to tell jokes if I knew any. Anyone from the audience able to save me? Is there like a phone a friend thing here? Anyone? Good knock-knock joke, one-liner? People in the back row are like, please don't make eye contact with me. All right, I think we're there. Well, welcome everyone to day 2 of Fed Supernova. I'm so excited you're here for another exciting day of programming. I'm Mary Gwynn. I'm the Senior Director for Corporate Partnerships here at Capital Factory, and it is my pleasure to be your MC today and guide you through Dominating Cyber, presented by DuploCloud. Before we get started and jump in, I have a couple of housekeeping notes. First, thank you to anyone who's not a panelist who's sitting in the front row. I really appreciate it. It's always like so empty up here and feels lonely, like you're on an island. Second, we really have intentionally created breaks throughout the day, including lunch, so you can meet people. Take a chance, start a conversation, get to know the person next to you. You never know when your next investor, client, employee could be standing right in front of you. And if you're not comfortable networking, I do have a couple of prompts. They're not even really funny ones, just they actually work. So what are you working on? Is there anyone you really want to meet today? Or if that all fails, hey, is there anything my company can do to help you? One other note, just for, in general, if you need any help navigating the schedule, these monitors in the back of the room do have the schedule for this room posted, as do all of the stages up on the different floors. So they'll have a schedule outside as well. One final note, in the very back of the room, Point of Care Health Services is doing vaccines today. So they have flu vaccines and the new COVID boosters, just in case you want to grab one of those while you're listening to panels. So without further ado, please help me welcome to the stage Zach Gover, the Director of Digital Marketing from DuploCloud.
Thank you. Everybody have a good day yesterday? I did. Yeah? Awesome. I'm Zach Gover. We're with DuploCloud. You'll see our pop-up banners out in the back. We have some exciting panels here today for us today. Some exciting panels here for us today. We hope, encourage you to stick around. My favorite is revealing the power of 5G, and, we hope that you, learn lots. So, network, take notes, everybody. So, it's going to be a great day. Let's have another one. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Zach. All right, let's get started with our first panel. We're a bunch of people who are going to talk about some of the challenges facing us, I think, in the cyber world. Some people way smarter than me here in the front row. Please help me welcome our moderator, Moksha.
Oops. Hello, everyone. My name is Moksh, and I'd like this opportunity to invite our panelists today. So please come on the stage, please. Are we all comfortable? Great. All right, so I would like to thank Capital Factory for giving me an opportunity, being the sponsor for this event, moderating this incredible panel. Given our software helps startups and organizations building applications in the cloud, in the regulated industries, and the government sector, accelerate time to compliance, while fusing cyber safely in the DevSecOps space. I look forward to exploring with our panelists here today how they will build trust, security, and compliance for their incredible leading-edge technology, and how that will unquestionably change the way of our lives. So without further ado, I'd like each of our panelists to introduce themselves. Go on.
Sounds good. Hey, everybody. John Goodson, coming here from Darkive, Special Operations veteran, building autonomous drones for defense and public safety.
Greetings, my name is Kevin Kane. I'm the CEO of American Binary. We are a network security and post-quantum encryption focused technology company.
Jack Elston, Blacksmith Technologies. We make unmanned aircraft systems as well. Do a lot of interesting applications for them, flights into hurricanes, over volcanoes, Arctic ice surveys, things like that.
I'm Sergey Bratis. I'm a program manager at DARPA's Information Innovation Office, or I2O, and I have a portfolio of cyber programs.
I'm Renji Bajoy, the founder of Immersed. We are partnered with Meta, Microsoft, and the other tech giants on virtual reality offices. We're the only VR app that people legit use 40 to 50 hours a week every week for work.
Wow, great. All right, panelists, so can each of y'all share what does fusing cyber safely mean for the tech you are developing? We'll start with you, Renji, if you want.
Yeah, I mean, I think for us, like, as our startup, so I guess context, we started about 5.5 years ago. Ever since COVID and people started working from home, Immersed has been a way that remote teams and even just people all around the world have been able to get together in the same virtual space, even though they aren't physically there. It lets you kind of connect your headset to your laptop. It creates 5 screens. You can multi-screen share, whiteboard, all of that. And so when it comes to this becoming a much more common way that people are starting to work, especially as you'll start seeing a lot of these new thin visor virtual reality headsets come out in the honestly in the next couple of weeks at MetaConnect and others. There are a lot more ways in which virtual reality is starting to become exploited. People are trying to get into people's workspaces. People are trying to screen record their screens. They're trying to get into some of the conversations in ways that just weren't nearly as easy to exploit in the past. And so for us as a company, we make sure that every single user in our application, as they connect to one another, there is a 256-bit encrypted end-to-end connection. And anything that does happen on their computer, for example, it's all local to their home network. So as long as they're not streaming something to a sort of just the internet in general, everything is safe locally. But we're having to integrate with different VPNs, et cetera. So I've even sent a message to our team this morning saying, by the way, if there's like someone who's making a fake account with my profile picture on it saying, oh, hey, I lost my account, I need access, do not call me, call my wife, call multiple people on the team and make sure that that's me first before you give them access to anything. So this is something that our team is like live running into just more recently, especially now that the metaverse is starting to incorporate technologies like blockchain and others that are newer technologies, but are important to consider safety in those areas.
Dr. Sergey.
So I'm a program manager. As such, I do not create technologies like these other distinguished panelists. I sound the call for them to be created. Our mission, the DARPA's mission, is creating or preventing strategic surprise. And for our office, that is strategic surprise in computing, in all of those cyber technologies that ultimately may help the warfighter or may create risks for the warfighter when deployed without sufficient fusion or security. And with the scale and scope of cyber threats today, you never know. Maybe this sort of a hack is one-off. Maybe it will always remain at the ankle-biter level. Or maybe there is a major threat at the cloud scale from automation of these attacks to the users. That is one aspect of everything that we look at I2O. And of course, then we sound the call, be it the broad agency announcement or a small business opportunity, or just basically an invitation to come and talk to us about these topics, about those technologies, and how to secure them.
Jason.
Yeah, so unmanned aircraft, kind of a unique application there. I mean, their own flying computers, so there's plenty of security risk there. They're certainly concerned about the data they're collecting, how the custody of data is transferred. I mean, there's all sorts of different aspects to it. Fortunately for us, out of necessity, we started back in 2011. There wasn't a lot of other options out there for autopilot systems, communication systems, things like that. So we built them all from scratch. And we've continued doing that because a lot of the applications that we do require that we modify our code, modify sensors and things like that in order to achieve the objectives. So fortunately, we have that entire vertical integration, and we're able to take a look at everything that we put together, from the design of the PCBs to the software. We know every line of code that goes into it. And that certainly helps a lot with a lot of these different security applications. And being able to say, hey, we know where this code came from, we know what it's doing, we know what the chips are that we're putting into our aircraft, and so that helps quite a bit. The other thing that comes a lot from just aviation in general is redundancy. We're trying to do things like, for instance, GPS spoofing is kind of a big thing with unmanned aircraft systems. And we're working on a project right now where we're using signals of opportunities, so other things out there, radio signals, to be able to localize the aircraft. And it's not as accurate as GPS, but it gives you an idea of when somebody's trying to do something with your aircraft that you don't want them to do.
Greetings. About 10 years ago, the international cryptography community, as well as NIST, began working on the end of the shelf life of all the classical encryption that we use. You can remove the remote quantum and it doesn't change anything. Most of the modern crypto will be broken fundamentally before the end of the decade, with or without quantum computers, and including elliptic curves. And that's evidenced by the fact that on September 7th, the NSA updated their approved crypto list and removed every elliptic curve and shortened the list dramatically. And that is also backed by the White House, who signed 2 memorandum in the last 9 months requiring Department of Defense to review all of their cryptography standards because they're mostly fundamentally broken. What does that mean? It means that rather than doing a one-off attack or looking at some problem with how the software was implemented to break into a system, they'll just be able to quickly spin a computer up and decrypt it, or duplicate a key of the elliptic curve and get inside, or they will quickly factor a large integer and break RSA 4000. There's always a smart person who says that's not possible, but these kind of innovations then don't come from the person who says it's not possible. They come from the hungry, right? And there seems to be a consensus that most of the modern classical cryptography on a risk tier, let's say low risk, broken by 2025, medium risk by 2027, and it's finished by 2030. And one of the big challenges for the United States government and the international community is transitioning to new cryptography. And so what they're calling it post-quantum cryptography. And the idea is that there are no possible mathematical attacks that anyone has conceived so far that a quantum computer in the future would give us an advantage to decrypting, to a lattice-based post-quantum cryptography. And so as a company, what we do is help people vet snake oil. So if it's not in the left and right limits of NIST, it's snake oil. If it's a hybrid approach with an elliptic curve, it's snake oil. Just it has to be pure lattice-based post-quantum cryptography for the digital signature and the key exchange. And so what we as a company did is we have the first carrier-grade implementation, and our stuff was also used in Ukraine during the conflict. So we have what they call line rate post-quantum cryptography. So with or without encryption, it's the same throughput. And so we have achieved a major feat in the transition to new cryptography.
John?
Yeah, absolutely. And as Jack mentioned earlier, we kind of play in the same space, and so I'll try my best as we go through to not double tap anything that Jack brings up. So working in uncrewed aerial systems, pointing, very much as Kevin just did with, the conflict in Ukraine, we've observed in multiple instances uncrewed aerial vehicles crashing, and we've seen, in live TV, kind of the exploits and whatnot, breaking apart these machines and finding really interesting ring cams and other fun stuff that's been kind of hacked together. And so the point of it all, though, is that any time that we recover one of these systems, we actively seek to exploit it. So just as Jack mentioned, what data have we gathered on the edge? What can the adversary potentially exploit? So that's the one side of it. And the other thing that I'd expand on from what Jack mentioned earlier is the code itself, and especially when you don't have a fully vertically integrated system, when you're leveraging a lot of components from organizations like the Drone Code Foundation or things that come from the PX4 community, things that we actively rely on and that we certainly don't want to move away from solely for the interests of security, because there's so much value there. What mechanisms do individual companies and what mechanisms does the federal government provide to provide things like fortify scans to ensure that the code that is being generated, that is being contributed to by multiple parties, is ultimately not introducing instability or opening up a backdoor for an adversary to potentially exploit the system in the field. So those are the considerations from our perspective, particularly being a company, again, that leverages quite a bit from the open source community and is really trying as best as we're able to create a platform for third parties to integrate to and really extend for a variety of applications that one company is not going to be able to fully realize as we try to cover down in so many different areas across the world.
That's interesting, John. Can you tell us more about how your organization is fusing cyber safely, and what do you recommend for startups and government to leverage your leading edge technology?
Oh, great question. So, put really simply for me, again, coming from the background that I came from in the military, it's all about the right size solution. And right size doesn't necessarily mean something that can run on a rugged edge processor or can secure data at rest, all of these things. It's also about a price point, frankly. So if what it costs me in order to implement the best of breed security capability, encryption capability in the world costs me $10,000 per device, then that's not worth it to me. What's more worth it is if I can, for the example of an uncrewed aerial system that me and my team produce, rather than having to worry about securing the data at rest with the next generation of encryption technology, if I can create a tamper seal on it that basically bricks the entire drive as soon as someone messes with it. Those are the types of applications that, again, rubber meets the road. In the field, coming up with something that's expedient for something that isn't necessarily an exquisite system like a Group 4 UAV, but is more in line with like a Group 1 UAS, which is more in the line with what we're developing at scale. That's maybe more of an application that we would be interested in, purely from the platform perspective. And then, again, taking into consideration the build process, continuous integration, continuous delivery, and all the best practices for ensuring that you have a good record keeping and good process for capturing all of your documentation throughout the build process.
Kevin, I ask the same thing for you.
Yes.
Can you tell us more how is your organization fusing cyber safely?
We don't open emails from people we don't know.
How do you know if the email comes from the people you
joking.
do know?
Yeah. Or text messages that have no information in them, because that might be an exploit. Yeah. We focus as a company on one of the biggest challenges ahead is the recorded data problem. So a lot of adversarial networks who are up to no good record all the network traffic over their country. So even if you never go to that country, they probably have your private recorded information. So say, for example, we used to operate a consumer VPN. And if you connect to like a server in the United Kingdom, and let's say you're using Amazon, it'll travel over like India or China, the network, because Amazon has really poor routing. And so as a result of that, let's say you're connecting to your Dropbox with private information and photos from your family. They're probably recorded over another country's network, even though you never did anything there and you never connected to a server there. And this is a major problem because what they're doing is harvesting all the historical data, both for the cognitive warfare domain, so that they can better tailor, curate society and target stuff to divide. The other thing they're collecting is information for blackmail and other stuff. So if you have executives and senior scientists and stuff, and maybe they engage in behavior that's, will get them fired. Well, people will approach them with this decrypted information that they thought was safe before the end of the decade, and they're building a massive graph and list of people to go after. So what we try to do is prevent that recorded data problem. So when people say quantum computers aren't here, but the problem is the data now is being recorded in the future to come back and use that recorded data. So the first to be hit will be the cloud services, right? Because that's a central point where you have like Dropbox and SoundCloud and all your apps on there. So they do one hit and they grab everything. And maybe like, rather than the Equifax hack, which dumped 145 million records on the internet, you would see the same hack every week at the same company. Because the difference is right now with crypto, when there's a problem, you can make a patch, right? But when we talk about decrypting it, like factoring large integers to just break it fundamentally, right? There is no patch, there is no fix, there's nothing you can do, you have to shut the company down. Because rather than the current style of hacks where they'll do one at a company, they would just do it every day until the company is bankrupt. And so warfare then will go to companies. It's much easier just to get rid of your company completely. So like right now, if you want to ruin the credibility of a cybersecurity company, you hack it, right, and dump it on the internet. What if you could hack it every day? And you don't have to do 6 months of planning. You just record, decrypt, dump, record, decrypt, dump. And so we try to prevent this problem by making the transition to post-quantum encryption seamless and costless in terms of latency and throughput and performance. And we pretty much have achieved that. Actually, that press release is going out this week.
Excited. Jack, same thing. How is your organization, helping fuse cyber safely today?
Sure. A lot of the stuff nowadays is getting into the connectivity. And a lot of times people don't really think about the fact that you don't need to always be connected. A lot of our solutions that we put together, just out of necessity, aren't connected because we're out in the middle of nowhere observing a volcano or something like that. But generally, when we're putting together a lot of these custom aircraft systems, we'll keep that in mind. And we'll only open up network connections if they're absolutely necessary. A lot of times you can conduct what you're doing completed entirely on site without connecting the aircraft to the network. And that's the safest way to, avoid any of these things. And so a lot of times we'll just make sure we keep things minimal. We won't do like a full-blown van-based ground station if you don't need it, right? I mean, a lot of times you can get by with just using your phone to fly these aircraft. And again, same thing, making sure that when we give people stuff to use, there's not extra apps on there. And there's all sorts of different ways to kind of break into these systems. And so we're pretty particular about making sure that we're minimalist as far as the connectivity that goes on with them.
Thank you.
So our organization's approach to this is of course different because, again, we sound the call for the technologies. Coming back to your joke, that was a wonderful joke, right? It's the kind of a joke that starts a new DARPA program. Something that people believe is impossible, something that people believe is completely out there, and yet somebody else has an idea of how to do this. How can we actually know who we're talking to on the internet? Remember the cartoon with two dogs at the terminal on the internet? Nobody knows, except of course Facebook does, and your ISP does, and so on and so forth. Now, is there a way to be certain of an identity? Is there a way to conceal an identity? What are the fundamental research challenges? When you take in data that presents an identity, how can you process it safely? With cryptography, we know that it's often not the algorithm, not the math that's broken, it's the implementation, the part that takes in the bits at the communication boundary, which your attackers know as the attack surface, right? So creating new ways for securing software, building software that's correct by construction, creating ways of representing data unambiguously so that components of your system do not disagree about the interpretation of this data. There is an entire layer below the zero trust of how that zero trust will be implemented on the bits and bytes. And then, of course, integrating it all together. Today, integration is very much a manual exercise, a magical time when people figure out that their specifications were actually not quite meshing up together and put a lot of manual effort, months of manual efforts into making them work together, violating a whole lot of the original design in the process, possibly. Creating technologies to shepherd all that, and of course, asking for your ideas about what those technologies are, what those technological pain points are, and where we can do significantly better and have a breakthrough. That is our mission.
Thank you, Dr. Sergey. Renji, let's share a bit about the metaverse. In the metaverse, most of the tech is built around humans interacting with technology, which means more information needs to be collected about how that interaction happens. What types of new information is being gathered, and how much of the information will need to be continually gathered in the metaverse, and how can we ensure that this information that is being used is, it's in intended right ways?
Yeah, I mean, so we do kind of just like lay out everything that we do kind of passively monitor, such as like what buttons they click, just for the sake of user behavior, but all of that is also opt-in. So users at any point can opt all of that out. They can also request to get all of their information deleted off our servers whenever they want. But also we realize that we are an early stage startup. And so for us, we actually work with external partners who have just a lot more of a robust reputation and technology to meet the security constraints or the security needs of our company and our users. So that being said, we're the way that we interact with our users, like we talk with our users all day, every day, just to get feedback. We survey them to collect data, and so a lot of it is voluntary. When it comes to things like, what data is on their screen, what are they looking at, all of that, because all of that is local to their home network, we don't, and we also kind of prevent ourselves from being able to collect that type of information. And over the course of time, like, it wouldn't surprise me if someday Immerse gets to a point where this is something we're still considering as a company, and it is also subject to us hiring a chief security officer and kind of getting their thoughts as well. But there are portions of our application that if parts of them are just open source or open and transparent to the public, people can discover what is and isn't being collected. So we do feel like industry leaders like Apple, for example, do a pretty good job of a lot of this. And so we have just sort of a lot of advisors from top 10 companies like that help us advise direction on kind of our decision making for that.
All right. Thanks, Renji. John, with Darkive, you're building emerging tech, including novel software, hardware, and various types of architectures. Each of these capabilities need to integrate with several types of complex systems. How do you see overcoming the challenges of securing, integrating, and these capabilities without accidentally or unknowingly creating additional attack vectors?
It's a really great question, because on the horizon for the defense industry, not just the Air Force, not just the Army, but more generally when we look at the goalpost, it's been laid out with systems like the Advanced Battle Management System, with Joint All-Domain Command and Control. These objectives that have been laid out for these projects demand continuous integration and continuous delivery from a software and a hardware perspective. And we very much modeled ourselves in that image, because absolutely 100% believe that the traditional way of doing business, where it is 18 months to ATO for a new software package to update one module on the F-35, or just as an example, is absolutely absurd. Everybody knows the direction we need to go, and I absolutely believe we will move in that direction. More companies are coming online every day. The group from Second Front Systems that was up here yesterday, speaking, they highlighted a lot of the criticality of moving in that direction. And so framing the response with that in mind, we have really significant challenges, not just our company, but really as a country and really, as an allied force going up against some highly capable peer adversaries. Because as you begin the process of not building one software package for one system, but building multiple software packages for multiple systems that are constantly being dynamically updated. Example like Starlink in Ukraine and what they were able to do with software modifications to get the system back online when the Russians started launching some direct electronic warfare attacks to disable the system. It was a software patch that enabled the system to come back online. And so we're going to see more and more of that. And I wish I had a great answer, because Kevin can highlight it a heck of a lot better than I can, exactly all the different attack vectors that some of our adversaries are going to be able to employ, and they're going to do so very effectively, especially when they have more points of contact and apertures by which they can deliver those effects. And it's going to continue to be a challenge, and really the only thing that individual programs can do is do the best that they absolutely can to maintain the security of their build processes and to evolve as the threat evolves. I wish I had a good answer.
I'll switch to Kevin. Kevin, do you have a use case or understanding, how long would it take to implement post-quantum crypto for protection for critical networks or, additional vectors John was mentioning?
It's a huge international effort, and within the United States, they're definitely behind the curve. So Europe has invested in post-quantum encryption way before the United States. But we're catching up, and we have a couple of companies addressing it. And what I want to say is that we're talking about redoing the infrastructure of the entire internet. So really it's about attacking, the internet's broken into a lot of different layers, and it's about finding that and finding your product and targeting it. I don't want to say how you're going to post-quantum encrypt the internet, because that's kind of like saying, when I have just a wheelbarrow, how do I win an F1 race? It's just a huge endeavor. It's for everything from the transport layer to product layer to at rest to the backbone of the internet and optical encryption. It goes on forever. Hardware encryption is a $1 trillion market itself. So one of the cool things about this space is that even if there are competitors, it doesn't really matter, because it's just such a big market. For us, we modeled it. It's like $1 trillion by 2027, 2030, because everything has to be redone. And some post-quantum encryption companies will integrate with other security companies, partner with them. So we have commercial agreements where we upgrade your products, And handling cryptography is like handling enriched uranium. The worst thing that can happen is assign a new senior engineer from a top tech firm who's never touched cryptography before, maybe for ego or for promotion, and say, I can do it. I promise you can't. And so getting that implementation right is extremely important.
Thank you, Evan. Jack, using new cyber tech safely. As these capabilities grow, new types of usage scenarios will grow. Quantum computers to help with encryption or complex planning, AI assisting in security and analysis, and etc. Going forward, what are your thoughts on ensuring correctness in new scenarios, and how do we overcome silent failures that might seem correct?
Well, silent failures within unmanned aircraft systems usually resolve themselves because you're doing an obstacle avoidance. You don't avoid the obstacle kind of thing. But and we do a lot of our own training data just out of necessity. Again, there's not a lot of top-down training data for networks and stuff like that. So we get around a lot of those failures by generating all of our own data ourselves right now, at least. I mean, certainly in the future, I'm going to see this moving beyond that. It's just an awful lot of work to do that. I talked a little bit before about redundancy. I mean, that's always a common theme amongst the aviation community, is making sure that you're not just getting that information from one source. And that's one way you can kind of test the bounds of, an AI, machine vision-based information that you're getting and saying, is this correct? And we do a lot of that with things that are flying beyond line of sight, too. We're really trying to push the boundaries of that right now. The regulations have it such that it's really difficult to fly an unmanned aircraft beyond, a mile away, basically, from the operator. And with us doing applications like volcano monitoring, we have to be able to do that. I don't want to be standing 1 mile away from a volcano that's a little close. So we've been working a lot with them for different techniques to be able to do that. And again, it all just kind of comes down to redundancy, and then also, having a human in the loop still. As much as we'd like to automate all of these processes, having somebody that's trained, knowledgeable, it's kind of hard to replace that. And so there's a lot of cues that humans can pick up on, and they say, hey, this isn't quite right, something's not working correctly. And so we still build a lot of stuff around having a human in the loop, even if it's in a minimal capacity. As you're starting to get towards more and more vehicles operating from one operator, you don't want to overload them. But still, there's ways that you can present data that they can pick up on those cues.
Thank you. Dr. Sergey, would you Sergey, would you like to add anything top of mind you would like to discuss?
I would, because those questions are, of course, near and dear to me because they are a part of my portfolio. But I'm just one program manager. Our office has many others. And I encourage you to go and look at our I2O office webpage. Look at the personalities of the PMs. Look at the topics they're interested in. Look at the programs they're interested in. You will find some of the themes that I mentioned and more involving AI or metaverse or avionics, or getting software to ATO faster. And incorporating cybersecurity requirements from the start. And from that, you will see what the interests of the office are and who to reach out to with your ideas and your potential technological breakthroughs. Well, take a look at my assured micropatching, take a look at my vSpells, verified security and performance enhancements for large legacy software. That's just a very small part of the overall Office portfolio. And then engage with the program managers because they really drive this ask for technologies. Maybe you have what needs to be asked for as a part of a major program next.
Thank you. At this point, I'd like to open the floor to the audience if any of y'all have questions for our panelists. Yes, sir.
Check. I think what Kevin's doing, and I've done a fair amount of work with his company, and is absolutely essential in terms of data in transit, right? And I think they have the best solution, certainly, that I've seen. What what I'd like to ask, which goes back to 20 years ago, I started looking into, let's call it defective chipsets, not even intentionally compromised ones, but defective ones. And so if Kevin's technology does exactly what it does, and it does it at line rate, that's great. But the information has to be unencrypted at the beginning, and it has to be unencrypted at the end to be consumed, right? And if the chipsets are compromised, then what is it worth? So that goes to, encryption at rest, et cetera. But particularly, Sergey, I just wondered if you might, that's a big problem, and I wondered how you were thinking about it.
So that's a huge problem. And I would say that if we have empirical evidence of anything, any fundamental bit of knowledge about computers, is that the system we build is never the system we intended to build. It always has emergent behaviors. It always does more than intended, and it does so in stable ways, reliable ways, which the attackers co-opt, leveraging those behaviors against the whole. Discovering how those behaviors arise in composition, and then denying them, is a fundamental research question. In fact, there are a couple of ongoing programs right now that are asking for fundamental research ideas and breakthroughs in this, and I hope there will be more. With the cloud being what it is, do we even know how much of the rewriting, manipulation of data happens when your request goes from your browser to a worker server and back? A lot more than it used to be, for sure. And we're seeing out of the hacker community very ingenious ways of exploiting that, co-opting rewriting proxies, caching proxies, load balancers, what have you. Whenever a new major technology comes on the scene, there are new classes of emergent behaviors. Again, it's a fundamental research question that is largely overlooked by academia and too risky for the regular industry. But of course, this is where we as DARPA come in to de-risk those investments and try out those ideas about how we go about this. So that's, again, I wish I had the solution, but I might have a program, sorry, to work out the solution.
All right, any other questions in the audience? Yes, sir.
So maybe a general question. Some of what you said is scary. In fact, I think all of you know that. Is there a way, rather than trying to fix everything and trying to get ahead of people who are trying to break everything, is there a way to just kind of figure out how to learn with a broken thing? Just accept the fact that we're never going to fix it. And how do we actually then work with what we have? So kind of, yeah, I know maybe it's all out there, but.
Can I take this one?
Yeah.
That's, with all due respect, that's like saying that our cruise ship is sinking and just die.
Well, not necessarily die. It's sinking, agreed. But do you have to die, or is there another option there? You can't go back and fix it.
You're talking about like world peace?
I'll give you an example of the
What a joke. I'm just kidding.
There's still other ways potentially.
I'll give you an.
Stay afloat, right?
Yeah, this is a. I'll start with some scenarios, okay? So then we can back up and maybe not go down that path, and I'll tell you why in a minute. The United States generally doesn't export offensive capabilities in cyber. Our adversaries will. And when they're able to decrypt anything, what they will do is, let's say there is a country we like that's a wealth management capital of the world, and they have a lot of influence there. And maybe they're paranoid about their people. They will go to them and say, I'll give you everything decrypted, kick the USA out. It will be a matter of warfare. It will be used to reshape the international structure. So we have no choice but to fight.
So that's for the financial community, right?
That's for the financial community, right? Anything that has to do with dollars or capitalism, things we use in trade. But you've got to think about our power grid, healthcare, traffic. You have to think about all the other things that are interconnected. We're going to have self-driving vehicles, right? So this is a huge problem. And I had the honor of being in an audience where Eric Schmidt was talking about some of the challenges that he sees with quantum computing, to Kevin's point and to John's point, right? And the challenge is the NSA kind of stepped out in front of it like 2 days later after he made this statement, right, in a closed meeting. But somebody's got to look at the long game. People that are on this dais are looking at the long game. The NSA is looking at the long game. I can tell you our politicians are not looking at the long game.
So, I mean, isn't it also worth discussing like blockchain techs that think about like zero knowledge proof, trustless type systems? What are you guys' thoughts on that?
So we have designed for post-quantum encrypted blockchain and upgrading the existing ones and distributed ledgers. We're just looking for that partner, but that's one thing. So, but there needs to be more research. NIST needs to kick off another competition for disk encryption, for block ciphers, post-quantum encryption. There were no submissions. So we cannot do anything about what is at rest, at least in terms of getting vetted by NIST. The work we have to do is just, we're only doing 5% of it right now. But if you guys want to do post-quantum encrypted blockchain, that's not a problem. Come to me afterward.
Yeah, I would remark that DARPA is very much in the long game. As they say, as a program manager, if you don't invent the internet, you only get the B. I'm sure you heard that in our video. Yeah, that's the sort of the long game, right? But I would also remark that things that change that long game are often non-obvious as such. And they often start as annoyances that people assume they just need to grit their teeth and get through in engineering, in integration, in design, in business process. And until somebody discovers a way to automate this or make this better or safer or get rid of that step, in fact, as this point of annoyance, we don't know. There is a saying that if you look at a fruit, the pit is just a 2% of its weight, but it is the future. It is what the next tree will grow out of. And it's very hard to say in a real technology what is that pit and what is the rest of the fruit. Not to say that the rest of the fruit is not great, but what is the future is hard to predict. And again, we need help in trying to predict that. And that's what many of the DARPA programs actually focus on as a long game.
Yeah, there's a really important thing to get about the current state of the world. It's not just about security and encryption. What we have to understand is that we're not in peacetime, let's be honest. And we won't be in peacetime for at least 20 more years in the future. So the next 20 years are going to be cyber war, conflict. Ukraine is the norm. It's not the outlier. We're reverting back to the norm. What I want to get at is a lot of the reason I suspect that we've been slow to address these risks is under the illusion that economic interconnectedness will encourage people to not carry out attacks. That's nonsense. It's just, there is no historical evidence that that works. In World War II, who was Germany's largest trading partner? It was France. Economic interconnectedness stops nothing, right? So once we accept that and we realize we are in a constant state of war or preparing for it, and that there is no post-war world coming, the internet, digital connection is actually making it worse. So we have to see reality, and that is that things are getting worse, swallow it, suck it up, and say, I want to get in the fight. I can't just imagine it away or come up with a paper and publish it in foreign policy that it's a post-war world. Because you're not changing the reality because you wrote something smart. And once we see that reality, and we're starting to wake up to it, we have no choice but to get in that fight and realize that economic interconnectedness is not going to stop anything. And there are more wars coming.
And about the only thing that I would add to anything that's already been said, and honestly, one of the parts of this solution, something that we need to really embrace, is that not a single company is not going to come to the table with this solution. And right now, there are brilliant minds at work right now trying across the services, certainly across the intelligence community, to try to create more open ecosystems that enable brilliant individuals, brilliant companies to come to the table and introduce their solutions. But we very much are still getting after emerging problems the same way we've gotten after them traditionally, which is companies come to the table, they try to present a fully vertically integrated solution and say, this will address all of your problems. I own the IP from the top to the bottom. And if you want to expose an interface to this system that will allow you to extend it out into a different vertical, then you're going to pay me $10 million for access to that interface, even though it already exists today internally within my company. So in my humble opinion, not being an engineer, I don't build any of the cool stuff that we fly around. Have much more talented people than me and our company doing that. What I will say is that my observation from the field into the various program offices, both within U.S. Special Operations Command, the Air Force, certainly at Fort Meade, is that we are still vertically siloed within the program offices. We do not talk to each other. We are vertically siloed within companies. We do not talk to each other, and we do not build our technologies to talk to each other. And so throwing the hand up and saying, my solution will be the thing that will solve all of autonomy for robotic systems around the world is an absolute garbage answer and will deliver nothing to no one. And so what's so critical across all of these technologies as they apply to defense is coming to the table willing to collaborate and willing to be open and not trying to keep all of our goodies together because as we all know up here on stage, our adversary, the big adversary, the one that everybody is thinking about but not necessarily mentioning, they don't have any of those restrictions when it comes to usurping technologies within their state boundaries. And they have, the only thing restricting their ability to integrate it and deploy it is the fact that the companies and the technology they are usurping was not built to be integrated with the systems that they are developing. So they run into the same integration challenges that we observe within the United States and across our allied partners. They are just able to compel it in a way that we can't necessarily do within the United States. So the only way that we have, that I can see personally, to overcome and leapfrog our adversary is to start getting more collaborative and to start creating the incentives for business to integrate with those systems because it's in their best interests. So incentivize that, help companies build brilliant technologies and integrate with something that's going to help them grow and enable them to build successful companies around it. So.
We're almost at the end of our session. Jack, you have any parting thoughts?
I guess I'll just add real quick to what you said, because I completely agree with that. I mean, these are very complex systems that we're all talking about. You can't just build it all yourself. I mean, I talk about the fact that we basically vertically integrated our solution, but we rely on a lot of other stuff that goes into these things.
It wasn't a jab.
And we can't continue to do that in the future. We talk about bringing in all these different enablers as far as vision systems and stuff like that. We have to trust everyone else that's doing it. One of the interesting things I saw come up recently is so many things in the world rely on open source code. There are little fragments of everything everywhere. And there's not a lot of people putting in the effort to secure that. And so, the question came up about policy and how can those kind of things affect what's going on here. And one of the biggest ones I saw was, putting together the money and the initiatives to actually secure open source software. Because a lot of times it's just, handful of people putting these things together, have no expertise as far as security goes. And a lot of those components go into the things that we build, the things that we deploy, that go into mission critical systems, stuff that's dangerous, stuff that can, release information. And so, that was one of the things that I saw recently that can be the biggest impact to a lot of these different technologies is actually securing open source software.
All right. Well, thank you all for attending our session, and thank you to our incredible panelists for addressing the importance of security in emerging tech. All right.
Thank you for listening.
All right. And now it is time for lunch. So just like yesterday, downstairs in the atrium, there is lunch, and then upstairs on the 16th floor for our VIP guests, VIP lunch sponsored by Ayugo is available for you. Please be back here at 1 p.m. for revealing the power of 5G.
Okay.
I'm the CTO and co-founder.
out of Dallas, but basically, we've got some.
I'm going to take this off. I'll be back.
Nice job.
Very good job. Thank you.
Thank you.
You were fascinating to listen to. I'm
Oh.
like back there realizing I need to learn.
Yeah.
I'd have just let you just talk the whole time. It was awesome.
Too much practice.
Yeah, you guys did a great job. Oh, I hear mics. Did you guys turn yours on? I think your mic. Your mic
Yeah.
is on. Okay. We'll just push the button.
What's up?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
those on. You're good too.
And then it takes a second. I'll go green.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, everyone, come on in, get seated. We're going to start here in just a minute. I already tried the joke thing this morning, and I realized I can't think of one on the spot. Anyone in the audience want to help me out front row? Oh, just keep it clean.
Yeah. This is the one clean joke I know. Okay. Yeah, I'm an armor officer in the Army, and so we only know dirty jokes. But this is my clean one for my kid. Here we go. Guy is sleeping in his house and wakes up in the middle of the night, smells smoke. Like, not good. So he's like, goes over to his doorknob. His doorknob's super hot. He's like, okay, this is really bad. Throws open the window, jumps out the window, runs next door to his next door neighbor, pounds on the door, bang, 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 bang. Finally, the next door neighbor's like, what is going on? He's like, my house is on fire. I need to call 911. Okay, come on in. So he goes in and he calls 911. When the dispatcher's like, 911, what's your emergency? My house is on fire. He's like, okay, sir, calm down. How do we get there? And he says, what? You don't have those big red trucks anymore?
All right, and with that, I think we're ready to get started. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope that you got lunch, you got a drink, you got caffeine, whatever you needed. We are ready to start with our next panel in the Dominating Cyber track, presented by our wonderful partners at DuploCloud. So without further ado, let me turn things over to Guy Walsh from the University of San Antonio. Guy?
All right, let me turn this on here. All right, we're in the green. Well, thank you for joining us today. I'm going to have our panel members come up and join us here. Welcome to, again, Revealing the Power of 5G. Hopefully, and we're going to sort of cover the gamut with our panel here today. We're going to look at it from quite a few different perspectives. We're going to look at it from the backhaul perspective with Daniel Turner with Traxel. Patricia's going to give us a perspective of the cybersecurity and the security aspects of that. And then Derek, our Chief Technology Officer on the defense side for Microsoft, is going to talk a little bit about probably some of the things that you're interested in that we were discussing before this, which is really some of that contracting piece. How do you get in on that? What are the challenges? We're fortunate today to have someone on the panel to kick off that understands it from both sides of the fence, from a technology perspective, but also those challenges in terms of that. So Mr. Jody Little out of Southwest Research Institute, down in San Antonio, comes to us after having just served for a little over 2 years as the program manager for the Department of Defense's 5G Tranche 2 efforts down in San Antonio. It was really about, so under the OSD Research and Engineering, JBSA, Joint Base San Antonio, was selected to lead the efforts in terms of developing a couple different aspects that Jody will talk to you about. One of those is what's called core security, right? How do we secure 5G and integrate it into the worldwide DoD, it used to be called the GIG, the GIG? I'm trying to remember. We've changed the name so many times. There it is, the Global Information Grid. And how do we integrate that from the cell tower up through the cloud? What are the challenges that we have there? We're also working, and the Army's the executive agent, for how do you integrate it into telehealth, teletraining, telemedicine, given the great piece of bio there. So what I'd like to do is actually just kick it off with Jody to give a little bit of perspective from having just done it as the program manager side for that, with where the DoD is going, and maybe start that discussion on, okay, what are the opportunities out there for the folks in this room? So Jody?
Thank you, Guy. I was actually the director of the JBSA, Joint Base San Antonio Program Management Office for 5G, which is part of the OUSD Tranche 2 program. We were the largest site with 2 large experiments, 5G core and security and 5G in telemedicine and medical training, which, by the way, has a huge security issues associated with the medical side. And so I started that office and ran that for a couple years, and I actually supported some of the other tranche sites on developing 5G. So what I want to start off is saying something pretty bold is 5G is going to impact everybody in this room's life substantially over the next 5 years. It's going to change the way we do things, the way we work, the way we play, and the way we live. And absolutely going to change the way we manage defense and exchange information and knowledge. The problem is, the bad side of it is U.S. is not prepared really well for 5G. They don't understand it. Most people, even who are working 5G, we ran across people who we talked to 5G, and what they think is 4G with something extra. And that's not quite true. All right, it is true to a sense that there's two flavors of 5G. The one you see advertised in the football games and on TV from the major MNOs, 5G non-standalone or 5G NSA. Essentially, that's the 5G RAN, radio access network, out in the field connected to LTE. And it does give you some performance increase, but it's mainly because you're going to have less collisions, you'll have more capacity, less collisions, and there's some other things in the RAN that speed it up some. But it's scant compared to it. So I'll give you an example. 4G has a average time from the user equipment to the cloud back of about 150 milliseconds. With 5G NSA or 5G SA standalone, we'll be able to push that down to 5 to 20 milliseconds, which gets you in real time. And for people who are doing development in other industries, robotic control, UAS, real-time flying and command and control, AR, VR, a lot of work going there. And part of the problem with AR, VR today is getting the data to the goggles or to the glasses fast enough without making everybody sick. And I don't know how many of you guys work in VR or have done VR, but if you're not keeping up with the real-time polygons, it'll make you sick real fast because it lags. And you may not notice it, or you may notice it, it'll still make you sick. With 5G SA, we'll be able to overcome that because we will no longer have to generate the polygons at the cloud. We can move those to the edge. And that's an important feature in what's happening in 5G. So 5G NSA is essentially what we have today, adding 5G radios and RAN at the front. 5G SA is a paradigm shift. And so the way we run our applications now over the internet and across through the cloud is going to change. And what that means is from a development standpoint and from an opportunity standpoint, there's going to have to change the way development is done. Because what it means is edge computing. Now Microsoft and others are working heavily in edge computing, and what they're working is push the edge, then push it out through the gateways at the RAN. So regardless of whether you're at an edge running Wi-Fi 6 in an office, which won't be quite as fast, or if you're working out with 5G inside working picocells or millimeter wave, it'll be much faster. So on the DoD side, people don't quite understand how this happened and how to get there. And that's been one of the problems we've run into, or I should say JBSA 5G ran into, is just explaining it. There's not a really solid education program going on in the US for 5G like they do in China. And we're behind what China has. And that leads to the problem of not having developers understand how to develop for 5G or even edge computing. That's just coming about in a lot of universities. In the DoD, there's been a lot of edge done, but if you get outside the DoD, they don't quite understand the edge computing. Developing it for the edge means I'm virtualized to my core that drives my software, that's usually say at the base of the RAN. I virtualize that back primarily into the cloud, and now I can push portions of that out into the edge computing. But here's the cool stuff. I can also push portions of my applications into the edge. And what that allows is that real fast, high volume, ultra low latency exchange between the UE. And so if you guys are doing AI machine learning, what that means is you can bring your models to the front and run your models for recognition extremely fast. 5G adds up the ability to, depending on how you configure it, up to 3,000 IoT devices, for example. And that's just a round number, but it's significant more than what 4G had. Well, if you've got that many sensors coming in, you want to have something to recognize that in the very early stages, as opposed to stovepiping it back into the cloud and delaying it. And that's one of the issues we worked with the telemedicine side. How do we manage sensors that are on the bodies or on patients and bring that and react to that very quickly? So 5G will allow for these things to move forward. But here's the problem with machine learning. I do that, now how do I get my data back to train? That means you've got to push your machine learning forward into the edge. And you have to start thinking about federated learning. So how do I take my models and merge those models later? So there's a lot happening. At JBSA, we were working 5G core and security. We were looking at the core in itself from a security standpoint and at the functional level. And I had a couple programs where I had the 16th Air Force looking at it from an exploitation, how can they exploit it. I also had the Air Force Research Labs looking at an automated capability to look at cores and to look at applications that are running on top or in the cores to identify vulnerabilities. And it ran a lot of different type of cybersecurity functions such as fuzzing and so on to identify those. Because the security is paramount in 5G. Now the 3GPP, which is the body that manages, the international body that manages 5G, ATIS is the organization in the US that is part of that, has set a standard. I showed this in a briefing on Tuesday. There are 44 security specifications in Release 17, which is the current release for security across the board. There's a lot of security built in. For us at DoD, it's not quite enough. So I had several, I think about 8 different projects looking at different versions of security inside, whether that was coming in from the cloud at the functional level, looking at the RF, the security, what's happening in RF. And I will say, for example, we took one of our 5G Colts, cell zone-like trucks, up to Jamex this year, and they just jammed the heck out of it. It just took it down as fast as they could keep it up, get it up and running. So there's some work to be done there from a DoD standpoint, especially on a tactical sense. The other part is, and we're going to get into this, is the backhaul. A lot of people think that 5G is going to bring this giant backhaul, and that's not the case. What it does, where the performance increases, and these are orders of magnitude performance increases, is by moving things out to the edge. The backhaul doesn't really expand, some, but not a lot. But companies like Trax are working capabilities to expand that. And we've looked at those across the board for a lot of the DoD. It's going to change your lives, and you're going to have to think different. Oh, I know one other thing I want to mention too. We instituted a 5G DevSecOps. Nobody was doing that in the country, and we've got that running. They're going to be briefing that at Milcom, because here's the issue. We're putting all this in zero trust of 5G systems, and then I have applications come in and they lay inside the 5G and bust open the security very quickly. We can't have that. So we got to have processes and standards at the development side for developers to follow to implement these new capabilities. And lastly, I want to talk about the application. We're used to having those applications run across the web. Well, they're going to have to be re-engineered so that we take advantage of the edge computing side of that across the board. What that means is opportunity for companies that are in here right now, huge opportunities growing. And I briefed this on Tuesday as well. Right now, this year, the 5G industry was about $40.8 billion worldwide. That's huge. In 2030, $2.9 trillion. That's mushroom growth. That's akin to what we saw in the late 90s, early 2000s with the cloud explosion. It's going to mushroom and explode. The opportunities are going to abound. But the other thing related to that, we found that a lot of the companies talk 5G, but they didn't truly understand what 5G meant or how to go about implementing 5G systems. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity from education to the implementation of 5G core itself to the application. And I see the big one. The one area that I see also happening is I think 5G is going to become the new IT in the next 5 years. I think you're going to have 5G offices, offices that are fully 5G. The printers, the computers, the laptops, even your phone. So you take your cell phone, drop it in a cradle, it's tied into the system with a small private cloud, and 5G will be prevalent. And you'll be able to segregate that via the slices in 5GSA, so you can have your, say for example, your security sensors and your cameras on one slice, your admin on another slice, your development on another slice within the 5G within your cell.
So let's take it from there and jump in, because again, what you started describing, I think, is more of that, rather than strands of fiber we always talk about, is this new term about the data fabric, all right, and the security of the data fabric.
Yes.
And so with that, let me turn it over to Patricia Fryer. Patricia actually comes from a long lineage of military family.
and she's a mentor here with the Capital Factory team here. Tricia, from that area, again, talk a little bit about Konami, about that, what we call that, the data fabric here.
Right. So I am a mentor here, and I actually met Konami in my mentoring and hadn't planned to join a startup, but their technology was compelling to me, and the reason why was I had worked in early internet security and more recently been thinking about how are we going to deal with autonomous vehicles and robotics and so on. And when Konami came in and they were excited about their technology and telling me, well, we could use it in banking, we could use it in legal, and I said, well, could you use this for robots and autonomous vehicles? And the answer was yes. And I'm probably the least technical person on the panel here, but knew enough to go talk to some security experts. So I'd like to give you the perspective of coming in. What Konami's doing is they are rethinking, they rethought the way that you apply security, availability, and protection to data. Those technologies grew out of the data center. And so we have kind of a patchwork of solutions protecting the edge. Well, our solution provides a holistic way of looking at data at the edge and what's needed and providing resiliency, protection, and security, all as a holistic solution. We're network agnostic, so 5G, but I did meet with my 5G expert last week to go, what do I need to know about applications there that I might not? But we are network agnostic. We are also storage agnostic, so we don't care anything larger than a Raspberry Pi or a Raspberry Pi and larger. We're doing that. So from our perspective, we've gotten, as Capital Factory members, we've gotten 4 Air Force SBIRs that we're now doing. One is, and each one is helping, so for any of the entrepreneurs here, these are helping us to develop our technology and non-dilutive capital. And each one is helping us to develop a different aspect of our software. And we're doing something, my extreme case is always, we're working with the 563rd and helping with protecting data that's in search and rescue that is picked up by drones. We're working with West Virginia University on that one, who's doing the algorithms and all the special stuff that the drones need. But any valuable data and everything in national security is valuable data. That needs to be protected, and it needs to be secured, and it needs to be, in the case of search and rescue, resilient. And we have a peer-to-peer distributed data fabric. So if we're basically cut off from command and control, our devices can communicate with one another and operate as a mesh network. And so, for me, being the least technical, of course, is I've seen the traction we're getting. So I know, we've definitely gotten the interest. We're solving a hard problem, and more and more data at the edge. And 5G is one of the things that's going to help, and we need security to do a lot of other parts.
Very good. Thank you, Tricia.
I want to add something on top. What we saw at JBSA and across trenches, people were focused on the core implementation, somewhat on the application, but the data fabric, as you call it, or the data architecture that fits there also is different. As I mentioned about having edge computing, you have data at the edge now. You're collecting data at the edge. What do you do with it? How do you protect it first? But it's distributed across multiple edges. Now I've got to bring that data and do something with it or leave it there. So there's some big challenges that need to be faced, and the security of it is one of the biggest.
That's the data too, with the
Yep.
highest mission value. Ultimately, is that data that's being collected at the edge.
So let me, so first, it's always good when you don't have to put a plug for academia and they start talking about it right away. But we've talked about this on several panels and how many of the organizations from Microsoft, from SWIRI, from JBSA, in fact, Dr. Brian Kelly, who's a UTSA professor, is the principal investigator. So bringing together the academic type piece of that. Sergey sitting in the front here, actually out of Dartmouth, but now with DARPA, working a lot of these challenges there. So that engagement with academia is absolutely tremendous for a lot of different reasons. One's for the research side, but the other part for all of you is really about also that workforce development side. Because when you go from that SBIRS 1 or SBIRS 2 and somebody says, boom, you're made it to Sibblers 3. That's the wrong time for me to say, oh, how do I develop the workforce I need to do? Okay, and that's, again, one of the reasons many of the companies take that early investment with either doing STTRs or investing and working along with the academia, because they're already thinking about building in the workforce requirements there from there. Let me jump, because Jody mentioned the backhaul piece of that. That's really often forgotten. But Daniel Turner is the CEO with Traxel, and I think just from an innovative perspective, thinking what I'll say outside of the box of how you do that backhaul and what you're doing there. So if you can talk a little bit about that piece.
Sure. Can you hear me okay? So I'm Daniel Turner. I'm the CEO, founder of Traxel. We're a recent portfolio company to Capital Factory. Just closed our seed round last week. This problem that we're trying to solve and 5G has been trying to solve, known as the last mile problem, and getting connectivity and access to those end users and end devices. The problem actually started, my dad, he couldn't get internet out to where he lived. He called up an ISP and they drove out to his house and they basically laughed at him and said he'll never get high-speed internet out to where he lives. And this idea of using road networks and piggybacking on road networks, if the ISP had been able to basically paint a communication line that could bring connectivity, then he wouldn't have had this problem. So I had this idea, and so I kind of invented this way to paint optical fiber to bring connectivity to hard-to-reach or underserved areas. But looking at this problem more and going deeper, realizing that 5G is trying to solve this same problem, but the challenge with 5G, and most people don't realize this, is you have to run fiber cables to every antenna. And so you've moved the problem back a little bit, but now it's the same problem. How do you get connectivity and access to those antennas? And oh, by the way, you need 10 times as many 5G antennas in the same footprint as a 4G antenna, because the waves don't propagate through water very well and they don't go through buildings very well. And so you have to inundate an area with antennas, and therefore you have to inundate an area with fiber. In fact, when people say wireless, I like to say, well, that's like wire more. You need a lot more wires to support wireless technologies. I think Deloitte actually released a report that talked about the need for deep fiber to roll out technologies like 5G, and it was some estimate that they made, and this was probably 7 years ago, but it was something like $150 billion in optical fiber infrastructure is going to be needed to roll out technologies like 5G. And so what we think we have here is a new way to bring that infrastructure backhaul layer piece to the puzzle, along with all the other technologies that have to ride on 5G and make 5G work. But we represent a way to do that very fast, very efficiently. We have machines that roll. You know, it started, my co-founder and I were like crawling around on our hands and knees. We're like, this is kind of cool, but it also kind of sucks. So we had to invent this machine we call tracksters that drive down the pavement and paint out the optical fiber. And our machines today move at about 1,000 feet an hour, and we can show up same day and make connections. Whereas if you try to trench a fiber cable from here, and let's say you want to go a mile away, you're looking at weeks to months to maybe even years of bringing that connection. So the ability to roll out fiber, to get antennas connected in an area and be able to have the flexibility to move things around or maybe place an antenna that you hadn't factored in before, we think our solution is going to be very important for the rollout of 5G. I hope that we can get the military and DoD interested into this. You know, speaking of Air Force SBIRs, we did win an Air Force SBIR, so I highly recommend doing anything you can in that realm. And I think that bringing connectivity to the flight line, which is what we're trying to do, ultimately will be a 5G solution or some other wireless solution, but you still have to get those antennas connected and backhauling. So that's kind of what I believe that, I don't know anything about 5G other than the fiber piece, which I think is actually a really big part of the problem.
An important piece, right? So, Derek, we were talking earlier in terms of, again, a small company, Microsoft, that's out there, but a challenging piece there.
We're hoping to get there.
You know, CTO on the defense side, which is what we're focused on today. Your perspective from the 5G and both the opportunities that are out there, but a little bit more, again, for this crowd, we were talking about that frozen middle, and how do you break into that type piece of there? So great, please take that on.
Sure. Yeah, so just want to state for the record, happy to be here today. It's been my first time down at Capital Factory in a couple of years since before COVID, so it's nice to be back in the city too. Yeah, there's a ton going on here. The problem is it's not happening fast enough. Jody hit it, I think, in a nice way during his talk. We were involved in 2 of the DoD 5G test beds, both at JBSA and then at Naval Station Norfolk. Jody went through the use cases at JBSA, and at Norfolk it was really a ship side and dock side sort of split focus on how do we provide ubiquitous connectivity on the ship, and then how do we have a connected environment on the shore that can then also interact, obviously, with what's going on with the ship when the ship is docked. So basically, satisfying both communities of interest, if you will, the folks working on the docks as well as the day-to-day life on the ship when it's out in the middle of the ocean, right? But the challenge with these pathfinders is, one, they've been very site-specific, and there haven't been multi-site type of experiments up to now, and they're taking too long to get to results. The run-up to them has been many, many, many years, in some cases, in the making. And then the post-award has been a little bit frustrating in that, I think Jody said it really well, we're not ready for this. And so the culture of experimentation around 5G has probably not been what I've seen as pertains to some other technologies that have come up where it's been, hey, let's pour these 2 test tubes together and just see what happens, to use a bad chemistry class analogy where you're like, green and blue, what could happen? And then something explodes, right? But bottom line is, I think the outcomes that we've seen from some of these test beds, while interesting, there's not a clear path towards operationalizing and getting things going at a larger scale.
So the tranches are stovepiped, or the sites?
They are stovepiped.
Okay.
They are stovepiped, and they're just too slow. And so I think
Contracting too slow.
Contracting specifically. The tech side has actually been very rapid, very collaborative, frankly. Aside from the test beds, we've been involved in something called 5G.mil, which has been run by Lockheed Martin has point on it. There's a bunch of other partners involved, including ourselves and several other companies, including a bunch of small companies and startups that are also in the mix there. And I've found that industry-led effort is actually moving much faster than the government-led efforts, largely, again, because of the contract.
Very frustrating from the JBSA, for example, government side, because of the contract.
Yeah, exactly. And so, demo that you mentioned, Jody, happening at Milcom of this 5G-enabled DevSecOps stuff, industry did that back in May.
Right.
So I think bringing the desire of industry to bring innovation here and bringing the military's desire to use here, we need to put the foot on the gas, because we're quickly seeing separation happening like this.
So they went with
all because of contracting. That frozen middle is just killing us.
Which is interesting, because they went with the OTA. For you guys that don't know what that is, it's Other Transactional Authority. And that's supposed to be a fast vehicle. Agile contracting to get rapid IR&D in place, specifically focused on prototypes into the field.
Yeah, I was going to add, I was trying to get my first contract, and I'd been burning through my savings and my cash as we were coming up through that valley of death there. And I applied to something called the Rapid Innovation Fund.
Right.
Rapid Innovation Fund, and that took over 2 years to get that contract.
So I think we're throwing out a little bit of a challenge here to our acquisition community.
The OTAs normally were taking 4 or 5 months. Our test bed, as he was saying, went out almost 16 months. And by the time it went to contract, before I left, I had to kill the original OTA's award before we actually contracted it, because the technology had changed. In that 5G is moving so fast.
Scope was so different.
And the available RAN and the capabilities in the core were different. They had grown in technology and capability.
Well, I think part of this goes back to the discussion was earlier today, or yesterday actually, talking about failing faster. Everybody wants that initial contract to say this is definitely a program of record. And if that's the approach that we take, we're still going to be slow. We will never be able to do those speeds. So let's throw that out there just as again, I put it out there to our folks that work within the contracting, within that type piece, and they are having successes in other area, but specifically here in 5G. The next piece, though, is you talked about some of the stovepipes and not becoming to be multi-site. I think Jody and I had the opportunity to go out to some of out in New York City.
Cosmos.
Yeah, so we have the Cosmos in New York City with Rutgers, with NYU, Columbia University, that have set up this range that's basically out there to be able to do the urban environment piece. You have Powder that's up in the Utah area. So we have several of these things, and it doesn't seem that we've brought that together in terms of what those capabilities are.
JBSA's test bed's far behind. It's tied to Nellis and several of the other sites. And it's supposed to have been tied to all 16 sites eventually for the reasons said. The one difference between them, a lot of the experiments that the DoD was doing OSD were stovepipe type of implementations. We took the approach that this has to be a cloud-based, full-out implementation with multiple RANs out in there, and we actually have 3 sites in San Antonio, not to mention pushing out RAN to other sites where the cores are running in the various clouds inside the JBSA SIL, and they're working to turn that into a warfighter innovation lab for that reason in San Antonio.
Yeah, one of the interesting things about some of the test bed requirements, if you will, that went into some of these OTAs was back to some of Jody's points around pushing compute to the edge, using cloud for backhaul. Those weren't in the requirements. So what you saw sometimes was, hey, we've got 5G here, now what do we do?
Yeah. So where's Mary? Where'd Mary go? She's got the microphone.
I'm here.
Here she is.
Yeah.
We've got a relatively small crowd, but again, thoughts in terms of 5G, in terms of what we talked about up here, other topics. Again, we can probably cover the gamut with the team you have up here, but let's start right here.
Yeah, so with 5G enabling kind of an explosion of devices that can connect and to the network as a whole and to cloud and everything, do you guys see potentially also a lot of these devices being IoT devices that are sending, maybe very frequent but very small messages of data? So messages as small as just sending like a float or an image.
3GP has a protocol for IoT that's very small for that reason.
Okay, so I don't know about this, but I'd love to hear about it. How far does that protocol extend, like between edge devices or not edge devices, but like devices
about the
connected
cell range,
and the data
the
center?
range?
Well, no. So the path from like a device, if it's reporting back, if it's calling home to something in the cloud, like in a data center, how far does that protocol go? Does it go all the way to like the switches in the data center, or at some point is it going to have to switch over to just like regular TCP/IP and then be potentially wasteful in terms of
So
bandwidth
it is
utilization?
TCP/IP at the IoT device, then goes through the wireless into the RAN back to TCP/IP. So it goes all the way back into your database or whatever application function that's collecting the data and analyzing the data in the cloud. From my perspective is that needs to be pushed to the edge. Because if I've got 3,000 per cell, I can cover a lot of sensing, but I can't. There's nothing I can do with all the data.
Yeah,
You can backhaul it, even the small messages.
Very good, thank you. Sergey.
What are your thoughts about ORAN and the changes it might bring? Open RAN?
Oh, huge. From a security standpoint, there's issues there. What I've seen, we were working with FCC because there are some of the small MNOs that still have SHE and highway equipment in it, and they want to replace it, so the government, the feds decided to go with ORAN. But ORAN's not quite mature yet. All right, there's working ORAN out there, cells out there, but it's not quite mature. The advantages of ORAN, though, are that it gives an open platform. Right now, we've worked with various, and I'm not going to mention names, but you can imagine the big players that produce equipment. You probably have phones by them. And they're proprietary FPGAs in their systems. And we had cases where they're supposed to be based on 3GPP standards. And that's the key, standards, not implementation details. Standards, they're supposed to be compatible. We found where some wouldn't work, where others would, because they had been built by for a specific one, but then wouldn't work on the other vendors.
You might want to pull the mic from your.
Oh.
That's exactly why I didn't buy a beard, and that's why I turned mine off, just in case.
Well, mine's and scratch, scratch. So the ORAN is going to be exciting when it actually matures enough, when the security's enough on it. One of the concerns we had with the 5G core was exactly based on the RAN, and we had specific projects focused on the RAN security.
Might be his wire.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is that mine clicking?
Yeah, I think it's yours. Turn it off and we'll see which one it is, and then I turned mine off and kept going. All right, next question. Sorry, we had additional questions.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. That's it? Lou, let's start with Lou back here.
Some people use the term 5G bubble. And I'm wondering,
5G bubble.
what does that mean that 4G and 5G technology can exist simultaneously? Or is there like a direct switch when we move from one generation to the other?
The 5G cores will are grandfathered back into the 4G. So it will handle 4G.
Yeah, I mean, our software-defined core that deploys in every site, if you will, that wants to implement through our edge or through our edge cloud is 4G, 5G literate, actually. So I think that's the direction most of the vendors are taking.
It's specified in our DGP specification to be able to backwards compatible. I tend to think of bubbles. We tend to think of bubbles from the DoD side. If you think on the tactical that you have a cell and it's got edge computing, and then you got backhaul, whether that's fiber, SATCOM, non-terrestrial, microwave, or even a millimeter wave. We've done that as well. And even to the point of pushing small backhaul on HF to the bubbles. Those bubbles can exist necessarily without the backhaul in place. And so we tend to take the view of the bubble being around the cells.
All right, Mary, I think we have one more question in the back.
Yeah, thank you. So as messy as the hardware and the communication layer is that you guys have been talking about, I was wondering if you had a view on the software provisioning layer, because we have found that to be maybe even less mature. So talking about, how do you onboard sensors and nodes into the network? How do you actually leverage network slicing so that it's not fairy dust? Like, is this real? How do you secure that? How do you dynamically provision it?
So slicing is phase 2 just came out in the recent release 17. So it's not mature yet. There's some slicing, but there's very few slices out there focused on SA. So they're still coming out. They're still in development. T-Mobile has one. I'm sure the other MNOs have them, but they're not really being used in many places yet. I think in the next 12 months, you'll see them start to roll out as SA rolls out into urban areas on that. One of the problems is the NEF's still maturing. So there's been a lot of people tend to focus on 5G cores from an engineering standpoint, but what DGP was pretty smart. They made it an extension of the cloud so that it's microservices in the network exposure function and the application function and so on. And I think those microservices are not well understood by a lot, and they haven't fully been implemented yet. We've noticed that as well. The cores are still maturing for the SA side. I don't know if that answers you. As far as slicing security goes, there's a whole gamut of where that's an issue, all the way out to the UE on security, as soon as it hits into the slice. So if you think of a slice being, which is really pretty close, a software-defined network, then your security around that software-defined network is how you'd want to secure it. But when it gets to the RF, it actually has some other issues you've got to take care of.
So I'd offer one quick thing is that glass half empty, glass half full. Every time you hear up here from this audience that something is not mature yet, or there's a vulnerability, or there's a gap, then if you're an entrepreneur, an innovator, and you're building a capability, look for those. I mean, you want to align your capabilities, your tools, with these gaps and immature areas that we're talking about, that we're doing that. So I look at it from that perspective and be huge. Derek.
Just to build off the whole idea of sort of SDN and application orchestration and automation, to answer your question directly, I mean, we as a company, and I think most of our competimates in the space see it similarly, and the companies that we're collaborating with on 5G.mil, for example, too, we see 5G as part of an overall strategy for layered, ubiquitous communications, right? Not everything can be solved with fiber. Not everything can be solved with SATCOM. Not everything can be solved with 5G. But the desire is to bring some connectivity to the warfighter. And so the bottom line is we want that experience of managing that network, regardless of what's producing that transport, to be a common experience, right? So what we're trying to do is smooth that out so that the orchestration and automation, provisioning of applications, it's containerized. We don't care what transport's providing it. It's a bunch of containers that are running an app that now happen to be running on a 5G core, as opposed to running on a traditional VNet or on an SD-WAN that's wrapped around a bunch of hardware sitting in a data center somewhere. So I think we see that as part of our job as a large player in this space, is to simplify all of that and to abstract it away. Exactly, and that's been our goal.
Good.
With
Patricia, any final thoughts?
Yeah, my final thought is that, as we said, I said we're network agnostic, but there's always times when networks fail. And there are times when you will have, jam comms and that's the sort of thing that we've approached to make sure that there's real-time situational awareness no matter what's going on with the network. So and I think there's a lot of other places to look for solutions.
Very good. Daniel,
Yep.
final thoughts.
Yeah, just two quick things. I think that nobody had really looked at the physical layer on laying fiber optic cables. It's been the same underground or on poles for the last 100 years. So there are opportunities, I think, to find stuff that people just overlook. So I wanted to mention that. And then the other thing I'll mention is, actually, I forgot what I was going to say. So we might as well just end it
Well,
with
you're going to
that.
pass the brick around
Yeah.
and share our technology around there. So
Yeah, we have a couple of different solutions. We got a surface mounted solution, a flush mounted solution. I think what I was going to mention, actually, I just remembered because I looked at Jody. And so Jody kind of mentioned the timelines that it takes for governments to kind of get ahead of the curve, and the 5G technologies are moving so fast. I mean, I kind of look at that a little bit like it's a good thing, because that speed, if things are moving beyond the speed for people to take them in and work on them, then that, I think, is still good, because that just moved us forward, and we didn't waste a lot of time on something that's already going to be obsolete. And so, yes, it's trying to play that catch-up game, but in this world of 5G, things are just moving so fast. That's why I really like our solution. We have a quick way to deploy it, and so you can get testing done out there. And I know you said the tech piece is actually faster than the contracting piece, but maybe if we get contracting officers fiber to their desks.
Exactly.
Or 5G to their
Last
desks.
mile's been the hardest problem for the department for as long as I've been doing this.
So here's what I've heard. So I've heard, number one is 5G will be revolutionary. The question is whether we lead it or not, and whether we within the national security arena, whether that be DoD or prior. So it's going to happen. It's going to impact you, but we would like to lead that. We're going to need help. We need solutions on the contracting, the acquisition side of the house to make that happen, so that we, from a nation point, from a DoD point, are the leaders in that and doing that to make sure we do that. We need to speed things up is a big piece. And we need the folks in this room who are the innovators to look at those gaps, to look at what we talked about where it's immature and those type of things, and then we need to bring that together. And in all honesty, that's what Capital Factory is doing. That's what this whole reason is we're all sitting in here with the Fed Supernova today. So with that, let me again say thanks to our panel here, and thank you for joining.
All right, thank you so much. I can't believe how much I learned. I really did think 5G coming into this was just how much my rent was going up. That joke. Almost as good as yours. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. When we come back, 1:55 with the Army Software Factory. Thank you, everyone.
cases, so.
Totally
I love that you came in all together, so.
Makes it easier.
It does. Well, so I had heard from Zach that there was gonna be a change on the panel.
We did not hear that, did we?
Okay, I
got
don't,
cut?
I think,
Is
well,
it one
maybe.
up? Yeah, no, right, did I
didn't-
get dropped?
Actually, I
Yeah.
didn't hear from him directly. I heard from someone on my staff that Zach had checked in, but maybe they got it confused, because when.
is up front, actually, we were just.
I was
just right over there.
Okay.
Just with him.
Well, I'm glad, because we have your slide ready.
You leaving everything here? Yeah, I'm leaving.
I'm leaving.
I was gonna leave my stuff.
Yeah.
I'd hate for my.
Yeah, you're welcome to leave things in here. This is the speaker prep room. We're gonna get you guys mic'd.
Put it right next to yours.
Perfect. All right. I think I did that one.
Badge. Oh my god, my badge. I have like snacks in my pocket. So take those out.
Yeah, there you go. Just imagine like turning it. So embarrassing.
It's like, oh no, my cookies.
Can't take her anywhere. I would slowly grit it with my cane. Just right out of the way.
All right. I have good feelings about this.
Yes.
Good energy. It's gonna be great.
Oh yeah.
So, grab a lapel mic, and what you'll do is you'll just, hook it somewhere on your side or jacket, and then you can wire it if you want to take off your jacket and put it through. Hook it on. Play around with that. There we go.
Thank you.
And it should be. Make sure it's a red light.
I got a green light.
Okay, yeah, the button. Okay, so push the button on the front.
Hey, everybody. We're going to get started with our next panel in just a couple of minutes. Get more coffee, get their person's LinkedIn information, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everyone. Let's get this started with our last panel here in Captain America today. I'd like to bring to the stage today's moderator, Raquel, with the Software Factory. Raquel.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Perfect. Hello, I'm Raquel David, the moderator for today. We represent the Software Factory, the Army Software Factory, a first-of-its-kind unit in which soldiers are developing software solutions for other soldiers. We have a cohort model, so every 6 months we bring in new cohort members, which our moderators or our panelists will talk about. One seat. And we're a fairly new organization, about 2 years old from the first cohort and about 18 months out from the first products being started. And we have here today with us some product managers. So as we get started, why don't you all introduce yourselves? Keishan, starting with you.
Can you all hear me? How about now? Awesome, thank you. I'm Captain Keyshawn Lee, product manager for Team Carrera here at the Software Factory. A little bit about myself. Prior to joining the Software Factory, I was a human resource officer out in Fort Carson, Colorado, and I basically provided human resource support to soldiers that detonated bombs. So a great time out there, but I wanted to do something more with my time here in the Army, and I stumbled upon this opportunity and put my best foot forward, and here I am. So my time here has been great. I really love it, and I'll pass it to Jason.
Hey, how you doing? My name is CW2 Bedoya. So I am, by trade, I am a services technician. I've been around computers, IT, software, pretty much my 18-year career. I saw opportunity when I was on Fort Bragg. A lot of units are trying to do innovative things. They're trying to create apps, trying to solve problems, and I think we're in that space of like, hey, how do we make something better? I stumbled upon this opportunity. So far, I'm so glad I ran into it. I had support from my leadership, and yeah, everything's been great.
Awesome. My name is First Lieutenant Haley Steele. So I've been in the Army for around 3 years, and I actually started off by getting a degree in computer science from the the United States Military Academy at West Point. And so from there, I commissioned as a signal officer, and I got to do communications, satellite-based communications over at Joint Base Lewis McChord in Washington. And while I loved being a platoon leader and being in charge of soldiers, I really wanted the opportunity to actually be able to use my degree and then impact the Army in a much broader way than I could have just being in charge of 20 people. And so I applied to come to the Army Software Factory, and now I'm a product manager on an application focusing on improving maintenance for equipment in the Army. That's a little bit about me. I'll pass it over to James now.
Hello, I am Captain James Cho. I am a platform product manager at the Army Software Factory. Like Haley, I was a signal officer, did the traditional signal officer, lieutenant things, and then transitioned to be a functional area officer. It's a network engineer. Went to the 75th Ranger Regiment, where I was the product manager for our tactical network. We were getting a lot of feedback from Rangers on the ground about wanting to have improvements to the software that we had. We had no way to build organic software. So we started looking at ways to do that. That led me down this path, and Army Software Factory was standing up at the time, so got in with the directors and was fortunate enough to land here.
Great, thank you all for introducing yourselves. So I heard a lot about how you all arrived at the Army Software Factory, but I didn't really hear the word product manager as any of your experiences. So can we talk a little bit about that transformation from soldier to being on a product team as a product manager? Keishan, why don't you go first?
Definitely. So after being selected, we're all put into our different disciplines, but all of us were product managers. So we went through a 17-week tech accelerator where we learned the importance of the design, user-centered design, and how to actually be a product manager. So in that academic setting, we did a lot of different projects amongst ourselves and our teams within our class. But once we graduated and transitioned from that academic setting, we actually get to practice and learn and apply the things that we learned in that academic setting and become a product manager and practice making that software. Anyone want to add anything to that?
No, and then just a caveat on that, coming into the space, I didn't even know what a product manager was, let alone, I got here, I thought it was project management. So coming here and during the accelerator, once we're done with the accelerator, we actually pair with an industry standard partner. And that's where I learned a lot. I was able to be on the job, looking at risks that we should be looking at, asking these questions, learning what we should be doing. And I think that's what kind of like put everything together for me, just coming here.
Great. Thank you so much for explaining that. And so obviously we're here. The Software Factory is a new and different kind of organization. So let's talk a little bit about what makes it so different. And Haley, we'll start with you. Clearly we're not in our uniforms here, but we're still soldier-led. And I know you have some experience with that, so you can talk a little bit about the power of having soldiers developing software products.
Yeah, absolutely. So I haven't been in the Army for very long, but even in that time, I've really seen a lot of the technology that's been fielded to soldiers. And not all of it is focused on exactly what problems we're facing right now in the moment. Oftentimes it's requirements that are developed years, if not decades ahead of time, and then fielded to us. And one of the best things that we get to do as soldiers leading these product teams is I actually go up to Fort Hood almost every single Monday at 8 a.m. in order to get in with the units that are conducting maintenance on their equipment. We're right there observing, asking questions, seeing exactly what their problems are then, and then coming back to Austin to our office in order to code up solutions within our application that are going to solve things that we just saw. And we're really able to turn that around really, really quickly and sort of get to the heart of those problems right away, because I'm in uniform and folks are way more willing to open up and be like, hey, these are the problems I'm legitimately facing. They're not trying to hide them or think I want a specific answer. They're just going to say what it is because I'm their peer and they're willing to open up about that. And that's really made a huge difference in the impact we've been able to have.
Excellent. Thank you, Haley. I heard you mention something about like large requirements documents. Now we do things differently in terms of our process as well. Jason, can you talk a little more about process and how our process is different?
Sure. Again, I've been in the Army for 18 years. I know in my time frame or my experience there with software, I remember reaching out and saying, hey, there's this issue with this software. And they're like, yeah, we identified that. That's going to be 3 years from now. We're going to roll that out and fix that for you. And even now, like when we're talking to soldiers, they're like, hey, when should I be seeing this? Is it another 2 years, 3 years? And we're like, no, you can use this right now. You can go online and take it off your app or go jump on your computer and use these systems now. So that's what makes it so much different is, and then we can pivot as we need to. If we implement something and it's not solving that problem or, our hypothesis was that it was going to fix it a certain way, or we're going to affect the behavior change, we can change that and not have to go through, the requirements document. It could take 3, 4, 5 months just to get reviewed. We can do that right now. I can go back to my office, create a story for it, and then within the next push, the soldiers have access to that update.
Great. It's really, really fast. And I mean, you've all heard us, we call each other by our first names, not a traditional like hierarchical Army unit. James, can you talk a little bit more about that like balanced team that we work on, or how our teams differ from a traditional Army unit?
Absolutely. It's very skill-based. I think the toughest form of leadership is peer leadership, and that's practiced every day at the Army Software Factory. When you can't lean on rank or background to influence others, you have to learn how to work together. And because we are rank agnostic and because we're operating on skill sets that are not traditionally trained in the Army, that's all we have to go off of. So the team dynamic is very flat, and I really do appreciate how humble everybody is coming into this experience, because we do have highly skilled individuals with backgrounds in the tech industry prior to joining the service, and they're able to shine and share those in a way where people don't feel like they're being egoed, and I really do enjoy that.
Great, thank you. And of course, we are located here in Austin, which is different from a lot of the Army. Keyshawn, can you talk a little bit about what really sets us apart that we're here in Austin?
Yeah, definitely. So I think one of the big pieces of our location is one being able to be in the epicenter of tech talent across the nation. One of the most important things that I appreciate and I see throughout our formation is our ability to upskill and invest into our soldiers and their education. One in part being partnering with UT Austin to actually provide a pathway for soldiers to pursue higher education. And these are graduate level degrees, and also Austin Community College, where we receive credits for going through the pipeline of our tech accelerator and then passing an exam to basically qualify that, hey, you were able to not only academically apply this knowledge, but in practice as well. And I think one of the biggest pieces in that is one, being close enough to Fort Hood, where we still have that military support, but also being able to branch out and partner with companies like USAA to kind of immerse our soldiers into those civilian-led or civilian positions where, as an HR officer, I would never have that opportunity to go for a week or 6 months to work at a company and see what their human resource capability is like. So I think that is very important, that the Army Software Factory is a unique unit in investing into our soldiers. So,
great,
yeah.
Thank you. So we talked a lot about the Army Software Factory at large, not as much about your individual products. So let's get a little more into that. And Jason, we're going to start with you. One of your previous products I know you've worked on has a really big mission applicability and has gotten a lot of attention because of that. Can you talk a little bit about it?
Yes. Yeah, so my last project, we were assisting the 89 Bravos, which are ammunition experts. So what we found is a lot of the NCOs, they're overtasked. They have their one job that they're supposed to do, but then that NCO has to do platoon sergeant time, has to go drill sergeant time. He has different things they have to do. So that primary job or primary MOS, he might be out of that for 3-4 years at a time and is expected to come back and know these regulations. So digging into that, we were able to streamline a process or create an application where it took about 7 documentations that these NCOs have to go through and read, a lot of math. Yeah, yeah. I feel like I should have got a degree out of that. We were able to streamline this process and have them be able to come up with their own explosive safety arcs and show the importance of why they have to be a certain distance away from a unit. This is something that's been identified or that we found that it's a problem across the DoD. This is heavily invested on the civilian side. So if you go to Fort Hood, they have a civilian counterpart that does this job, and they have software that helps them do this. But then we expect the soldiers to carry around a manual or a TM or something and use this in the field with no satellite access or whatever they have. So we were able to build this, and the big aha moment for us is we had one of the units or one of our users actually reach out to us. He's like, hey, I've been playing around with your application. We're getting ready to head out. Here's, I want to give you some feedback. Got the feedback, had a lot of great points, and we were able to implement something that he was asking for within a week. So by the time he got on ground, that capability was there. And after that, it just skyrocketed.
Great. I mean, that's a huge impact that you can change people's lives just that quickly.
Yeah.
And Keyshawn, do you mind, I know that you have some experience with integrating or working with existing Army systems. Can you talk a little bit about the power of working with those and maybe some challenges?
Yeah, definitely. So my product focuses on the problem space that tries to connect part-time soldiers with full-time active duty opportunities. So it's a double-sided marketplace and problem space that we're looking at. So the Army has historically had problems filling in these positions. But what we did was take the information from a legacy database to provide the visibility and accessibility to soldiers in their personal devices so that they can look at these jobs and now apply for these jobs without having to travel 60, 30 miles to their nearest armory or base so that they can access the one computer that they have in their armory on the one day and the weekend that they have to be there. So it's a very impactful product. Some of the challenges we faced with getting to this point was, one, integrating with a legacy tool to be able to, one, improve the user's experience working with our product. So what that looks like is a lot of meetings about decisions to be made that go on for 3 to 4 weeks at a time, long change control process boards to implement something that is obviously needed for our soldiers so that we can provide them the better experience. And it's almost, it's very tricky because it's convincing the people who own the software that, hey, this will improve and help improve your bottom line of the amount of soldiers that get filled in these positions so your vacancies don't consistently stay open. So that's some of the challenges we've had. I know, did you have any challenges, Haley?
So with my product, we're also implementing sort of integrations with other repositories that kind of control information soldiers need to maintain their equipment. And we've run into similar bureaucratic challenges as we move through these things. It's getting into a meeting where you think you can finally have every single person you need in the room to solve a technical problem, and in fact know exactly what steps are needed to solve that problem, and then find out, okay, great, we have everyone here, we know what we need to do. Now we can submit the ticket that's going to take 2 to 3 weeks to move through all of these change control boards to actually get implemented, even though everyone there can do and implement the code that needs to happen. So it's been really kind of learning what those processes are, educating ourselves on the regulations and how you need to come prepared to meetings like this to, as our session says, kind of learn how to hack the Army and how to be agile and in this really bureaucratic system. So it's been a challenge, but it's also kind of fun, figuring out how to break things and go fast.
So Haley, on your current team, I know that there's a lot of soldiers out there that experience PMCS and maybe even have some solutions of their own. Can you talk a little bit about how your product really differs from that?
Yeah, so the process of maintaining your equipment in the Army is one that happens every single week in the Army. Everyone goes out to a motor pool, they walk up to their piece of equipment, and this happens in every single Army base, in every single unit in the Army like hundreds of thousands of soldiers on a Monday. And right now it's still almost an entirely paper process, and so because of that, folks around the Army have made their own solutions. They've coded their own databases in order to fix this. They've come up with Google websites in order to fix this. There's databases all across the Army because our soldiers are really smart. They're really innovative, and they want to solve challenges, and they want to help other soldiers. I mean, that's why I came here myself. The challenge with that is you have these great solutions and these great ideas and innovators is kind of taking those ways that they've learned, the lessons they've learned both on the soldier side and then also on more of the traditional side with some other initiatives that have been done over there, and scaling them to an Army-wide approach. And that's really what's great about being under Army Futures Command as our umbrella, is we are able to make these Army-wide solutions rather than just a soldier in a specific unit whose solution is maybe only going to work for 300 people. Instead, we can make solutions that work for the entire Army and even further than that. So.
Thank you, Haley. And I really love that you were talking about Army-wide solutions or even Army-wide impact. So James, I would love for you to share maybe how do you envision a future in which there is a software capability that scales across the whole Army?
Sure. I'll start with, I guess, the product that I work on. It's a team named Sorcerer, and we're really, our product is the path to production for all of these other teams that you're hearing about here today. So at our core, our mission is to reduce the time it takes to go from an idea on a whiteboard to software in soldiers' hands. and make that as streamlined as possible. The challenge of making that Army-wide is that generally what we've seen is that there are different design patterns that the Army follows in order to get things into production. You know, a lot of what we support here in Software Factory are these greenfield web applications that lend themselves to streamlining this process and having a dedicated path to production. But a lot of other Army legacy Army systems aren't built in a way contractually through the acquisitions processes, you know, that we have to be in a position to leverage that path to production. So a lot of the challenges are things that we're looking at is how do we provide a series of design patterns to the enterprise in a way that allows them to plug in where it makes the most sense for their existing product.
Great. How would a soldier who is experiencing a problem that we're not currently solving, how could they get involved in, like, try to get an Army-wide solution for that?
Right, there's a problem submission process for the Software Factory, so that's definitely one way. I'd say we have a rolling submission of 50 to 60 every 6 months problems that we get, and the down select's pretty rigorous because every 6 months we have cohort members coming to the Armored Software Factory, but we only have enough soldiers really to field 2 to 4 problems per 6 months. So really scoping what is the most feasible work that we can achieve to provide the most value to the Army is what comes out of that process. But we have a website. I believe that QR code up there is going to take you to that website, and you can submit problems there if you have any.
Great, thank you. Ishan, back to you on CUR that you're working on currently. I know there's been some policy jargon about in the CUR space. Can you talk a little bit about that and like what the process was to fulfill it?
Yeah, so the beginning of 2022, there was a specific language in the National Defense Authorization Act that specifically highlighted the problem that our soldiers are facing being able to access and view these tour of duty, active duty jobs. So by the time that NDAA language was signed and put into law, we were already working on the problem solution and testing and getting feedback from soldiers. And by the 40th day from that National Defense Act being signed, we had a working MVP in production and in the hands of soldiers. And the feedback was astounding. Soldiers are happy. Hiring managers are excited, a little nervous by the influx of calls that they were getting because now instead of the normal 10,000 soldiers that constantly go on the tours that they were getting calls about, now the soldiers, 500,000 in the Guard and Reserve collectively, are being able to view these jobs and now inquiring to get these, to take advantage of these opportunities. So,
once again, how fast was that?
40 days. So that's pretty fast. As we know, legacy software development with the Army takes a lot longer than 40 days. So.
Great, thank you. Jason, I've heard you talk about like having soldiers that are in your formations before coming to the Software Factory and like kind of scrappiness that they have. Can you talk a little bit about those and maybe even share a story about it?
Yeah, absolutely. So the thing that always gets me is, you know, these soldiers, they have backgrounds. They came in, you know, some went to college before they came in. Others, you know, went to a trade school. So as, you know, even as I get here, as I'm talking to soldiers, they've already come up with what they think a solution is. So some have, you know, used ArcGIS or, you know, create spreadsheets or use Power BI to like visualize data. And all this, you know, is harnessed inside the Army, and I just think sometimes it gets overlooked. But, you know, like I had one soldier that our company commander, he was just really worried about training events. He's like, hey, I don't know how to keep track of where my soldiers are at. He created an application using ArcGIS that would show the commander what training area they were going to be, and then the commander can then say, okay, here's the training event that they're doing, here's everybody who's there, and then the company commander can update it, and it was live. The problem is it wasn't scalable, and there's a lot of risks that they were taking on, and I think that's the big difference with us, right? We can, you know, reduce that risk and make it available Army-wide. So I think that's the big thing for me is just these soldiers are smart, and even me, we're going to find a way to get something happen, make something happen.
Definitely, yes, you're smart.
I think I am.
And I mean, from our ranks, you can tell that we're officers up on this stage, but that's not necessarily the case for everyone at the software factory. Haley, can you talk, what piece of advice would you give a person, a soldier currently, any rank, who is dreaming of coming to the software factory?
I would say that the biggest piece of advice that I would say for someone that wants to come to the software factory is really dig into how you think about problems. Really dig into how you observe and identify problems that are happening within your area of influence, whether that's in your company, whether that's where you work, where you train, whether you're doing things like that, and see where you can make an impact right now. It doesn't have to be the perfect solution. It doesn't even have to be something that's scalable, but identify like where you can make an impact and then do it. Because I think the biggest thing that people don't understand when they start doing these things is, yeah, you might have or think you have the perfect solution until you get out there, put something into practice, test it, and test out your hypotheses around it. You're never actually going to understand and validate those assumptions. And you might think that like, oh, this was the perfect problem, this was the perfect solution, but then you implement it and realize you're totally wrong. And so by getting out there and practicing, getting that muscle memory and those repetitions in, you're going to really educate yourself and kind of make your internal processes of looking at that much, much better. And so if you go out there and do that, you're going to set yourself up for success and also kind of give yourself the tools and skills you need to come to a place like the software factory. So you have examples for interviews when you get to the interview stage.
Great. Keyshawn, do you have any other advice that you would give to a person who is dreaming of coming here?
Be humble and be appreciative. This type of opportunity is once in a lifetime. I have a mother who serves in the Army. She's stationed at Fort Bragg right now. And when I first saw about this opportunity, I saw a flyer on AIM, and I gave my mom a call because mothers always give good advice. But I called her and I was like, hey, this kind of throw off my timeline. What do you think I should do? And she's like, hey, these are opportunities that will change your Army career and will make it worthwhile, so go for it. And so I did. So anyone who's contemplating doing it, take the chance and bet on yourself. So, yeah.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. And of course, collaboration is really imperative in the software space. James, can you talk about any opportunities for collaboration or how someone could collaborate with us?
Absolutely. To plug my own product, we are a path to production for the software factory application teams, but we have teams across the Army that also use us as a path to production. The larger Create portfolio, if you've heard of Create, it sits in the Enterprise Cloud Management Agency, and they provide a lot of different tools and paths to productions for different application teams in the Army. We are one of those, so if you are interested in using us as a path to production, please reach out. If you're talking to Create already, that's the top of the funnel, and they're there to help you get through and figure out what design pattern like best meets your needs as a contributor in this space.
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Jason, in the very beginning, you talked about that in our process, we do have like an individual pairing with an industry expert. Can you talk a little bit more about that pairing experience? Maybe like your favorite thing about pairing?
So for me, it was a little bit different. So again, 18 years in the Army, I came here, it's like, hey, here's how I do things. I'm a warrant officer, I do things a little bit different. So coming in and working with a civilian, it's like, no, hey, stop doing this, stop doing that. But once I was able to kind of break that, I learned so much from my pairs. I've had 3 pairs, and each one has taught me valuable lessons. Everything from like slowing down, looking at the problem, looking at the team, and how do we embrace the team and make the team better. It's always learning, and I think that's what I value the most of like what my peers do for us.
If you were someone's pair, what's like your key piece of wisdom that you would pass along?
So I think for me is just like Keyshawn said, be humble, come in ready to learn, because you're always going to learn something new, and just I'm not a reader by trade, so since I've gotten here, it's been a lot of audiobooks. It's been a lot of like lean startup and looking at podcasts, product management, and I'm just looking to grow and figure out what I need to do to improve. So yeah, just be humble and come in with a learning attitude and understand you're not going to know everything, and that's okay.
Great. And of course, as we talk about software, security is always a big topic. So Keyshawn, can you talk a little bit about how security plays a role in your process?
Yeah, definitely. So there are a lot of security procedures that we follow. One of the biggest pieces is wanting to display certain things about job details, and one, integrating the proper authentication system for our applications, depending on which audience we're serving and who our customers are, and XYZ. So I think that's one of the most important things is, one, understanding which vessel to use to provide the proper authentication for your application, and then understanding what level of security we need for that application to display the certain information and communicate that to the soldier. I think that's one of the most important pieces of that challenge. So.
For sure. And like, how often do you consult with a security expert?
On a weekly basis. Myself, a lot more providing the context to what we're trying to do in the bigger picture, and then our developers more on the granular level to actually make sure things are how they're supposed to be. I think that's one of the most important pieces is, one, providing that context so they know the bigger picture and understand. So, yeah.
Great. And as we come to the conclusion of our panel here, Haley, I'm going to ask you first. What would you say is like the superpower of the Army Software Factory?
Tough question. I'd say the superpower of the Army Software Factory, at least for me personally, is there's a lot of things I never thought I would do in the Army. Never thought I'd throw a grenade. Never thought I would blow up any bombs. But I think the thing I really didn't think I would do in the Army was actually get the chance and the opportunity to develop software as an active duty soldier and really put my degree and my skill set and my experience leading soldiers right at the forefront of like really, really awesome technology that we can do here. And so I'd say that's the superpower of the Army Software Factory. It's giving soldiers the chance to do what they're passionate about and be able to solve Army problems while still being in active duty and serving other soldiers.
Great. Jason, what would you say is the superpower?
I 100% agree. I think what stands apart is just that ability to, because I've been in that role on, at a unit at Fort Bragg. I understand the frustration of, hey, I need this thing to do X. How do I make it do that? So our ability to have that connection and have that empathy with the soldiers, that's where I think that's what really strikes the chord with us, and understanding, we can go at a faster pace. So our superpower is just having access to soldiers and being able to harness that.
Great. Jim, I'm going to ask you a different question.
Oh, I had an answer for that one. Okay. That's fine.
Go ahead, yeah. What's the superpower of the Army Software Factory?
I'll try to be quick then. I think that the Army Software Factory is, the outputs that we're providing, like all these different products, is amazing. But I think the superpower of the Software Factory is that it's starting to be a catalyst for a lot of other conversations in the Army that might not have been the initial intention of Software Factory. So like, how do we retain talent? How do we upskill the digital workforce? How do we have non-conventional career paths for soldiers to follow who want to serve but might not want to go the cookie-cutter path to battalion commander, brigade commander, et cetera? How do we put ourselves in the best position as a service to retain talent and to solve these problems? It just so happens that we're doing that as we're building software. So I think the superpower of the Software Factory is that we're facilitating a lot of these other conversations in the Army while we're building software.
Since you eagerly answered that question, I have a follow-up for you. So we're all in like the first or second cohorts, or even pre-cohort 1. So what were your thoughts joining a unit that was so new?
There's always risk. We all assumed a lot of risk coming to the software factory. You know, there isn't, especially back in 2020, you know, when we were all looking to come here, there wasn't like a clear career path, right? Like we all were on different career paths in the Army. So knowing that there was a bit more uncertainty, I think caused a lot of us to buy in more to the problem and want to make this work. So it was definitely different being here so new. But then the other really cool thing I think we've been enabled with sitting in Army Futures Command is having like non-traditional options to like make that work as well. So that even though there was more risk for every soldier that came initially, the Army was accommodating of that and has allowed us to make it work, if you will.
Definitely takes a leap. And so as we are concluding here, I'll give you each an opportunity to just have some closing thoughts. Maybe like as you do that, share something that really surprised you at the Army Software Factory.
Something that really surprised me as like a closing thought is that all the soldiers are passionate and we're coming from all different MOSs. I think there's a total of about 47 MOSs across the software factory. That in itself provides a lot of context and nuances to the different experiences that we've had and the type of tenacity and lens that we bring to different problem spaces, which I think is probably the most important thing in the software factory. Jason?
Yeah, I think for me, the thing that surprised me the most is that ability to test and fail, and it's okay. We can put something out there, get feedback, and did it work? Cool. It didn't? Even better. How do we get it back on the board and make it work? I don't feel pressure to make something happen. It just naturally happens because I do break that down to smaller pieces. That's what I think.
Before we move on, any other closing remarks?
Not at the moment. Thank you.
Haley?
Yeah, I'd say that one of the things that really surprised me most about the software factory is how much independence and autonomy and trust the leadership here really give to the individual product teams. One of my funniest examples of that is I'm a first lieutenant, and back in early January, February of this year, I was actually asked to fly out to Alabama to brief the 4-star general in charge of Army Materiel Command about my product. And so I told our directors, and they looked at me and said, "Great, have fun. Go do good things." And it was a wild moment. I mean, the rank disparity is incredible, but they had complete trust that I would go and represent the Army Software Factory well, and I've seen nothing but more and more examples of that across the different product teams, and I think that's really allowed us to get creative and innovative with the solutions that we're bringing to the table, because we don't think that we're just working to impress our leadership. We're working to really solve problems for soldiers, and they trust us to do that. So I think that's what surprised me the most, and also what I think is so special about being here.
Thank you. James?
I don't think that software factory's most important value is solving any particular problem that we're solving today. I think that it's building the capacity of green suiters who can go out and solve these types of problems in contested or disconnected environments, and building that organic capability. That's the most valuable thing we're doing here. I'm super grateful that I'm a part of this with awesome teammates, and look forward to figuring out what we're doing next.
Great. Thank you, everyone, and thank you all for attending this panel today. You're from the Army Software Factory. You're from only product managers today, but we do actually have some more members of the Army Software Factory beyond just product managers here in the space, so feel free to come interact with us if you have any more questions. And with that, on the QR code here, you can come to our website if you have any more questions that we can't answer. And with that, thank you, Keyshawn, Jason, Haley, and James for this panel today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Raquel.
All right. Thank you so much to everyone attending the Dominating Cyber track today. This actually concludes our programming in Captain America, or at least the track programming. We're going to take a short break, and then at 2:50, a series of workshops kick off across the entire building. So if you need the schedule, you can check it out at www.fedsupernova.com. Or you can ask me, because I'm holding an old school paper copy, I can tell you where some of the other workshops are. Other things today that you just don't want to miss, the showcase, the investment showcase celebration is at 4:45 in Voltron, and then we'll close it out with an Appy Hour, love the pun, sponsored by DuploCloud. The guy at Google gets it. 6 to 7 o'clock on the first floor. Thank you so much for letting me be your MC today, and have a wonderful time.
But
Test. Oh, I think if you took this out, it works. Never mind. Make sure you use this mic. I'm not on live.
Test.
None of you. Push for it to come on.
Hey, everybody. We'll get started here in about 4 minutes with our workshop.
I've never, yeah.
Is it weird? Like such a weird. So yeah, I'll kick off. I'll try to get people to kind of move in. I mean, I really want to.
So, what are you interested in? What you personally, like, is there anything that out of this topic that you like just wondered about? You know?
I mean, I am interested in how, especially since I'm in the Air Force. So I'm intrigued by how just kind of the whole model, what kind of the software factory model. Ours is pretty clear, like soldiers come in and train on the new platform, but it fascinates me to think that there's a platform organization that's what it does, and it's not focused on what's on top of it. And so it's just constantly how you get to solve that graph and security.
All right, everyone.
Cool.
Let's get our workshop started. Here in Captain America, this is the Interactive DoD Software Factory Ecosystem Meetup. I just want to let you know that there is there's two other workshops happening on this floor. Captain Marvel is Space Force Systems Command office hours, which is all the way down in that conference room at the end. The other conference room all the way at the end of this side is the DoD Air Force Tech Transfer Office Hours. So we have 3 different workshops going on this floor right now. And now I'd like to turn it over to the Software Factory and Zach Walker.
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. So I'm Zach Walker, Partnerships Engagement Lead for the Army Software Factory. And what we wanted to do here today was something that's a little bit different. So you guys have been to lots of panels and other meetups and conversations. The hope is that everyone that's here has some kind of interest or involvement or just even curiosity about how software development occurs in the Department of Defense. And we're all officers here. We got to have our PowerPoints, we got to have our slides, but what we wanted to do is take a short amount of time to give a quick introduction to what our respective organizations do, take a little bit of time to then have more of a more informal panel discussion with some basic questions, but really early on, get all of you involved and have you ask questions or offer comments and feedback. Again, it's something that really is meant to be more of an interactive meetup, even though you have the folks of us that are here on stage. And to that end, it's my pleasure to introduce our panelists and Software Factory leaders. So you've got Colonel Vito Errico from the Army Software Factory, Dong Heng from the Air Force's Platform 1, and then finally, Captain, Cody Paul from U.S. Space Force Space Camp. So the way this will run, we'll start off with, again, 10 minutes for each of the software factories to run through some slides and talk a bit more about what they do, and then we'll go into some conversation after that. So, and I think this will be the order. So Vito, Dong, and then Cody. So Vito, you're up. It's over to you.
I don't know if my button's working. Yeah, there we go. Okay, cool. This feels very formal because I'm on a red carpet. I don't know. Usually in the military, when you're on a red carpet, you're getting yelled at. So we'll try to keep this a little bit more collegial. But yeah, so Colonel Vito Errico, Director of Army Software Factory. See a bunch of familiar faces in the audience. Our spin on the Software Factory is a little bit different. Just like across the Joint Force and DoD, every software factory is a little bit different. Software factory means different things to different people. So our idea was to put soldiers at the center of software development, involve service members in the problem curation, problem identification process as early as possible, and then keep them throughout the development and maturation process. How to do that in a repeatable, enduring way so that as the Army and Army Futures Command builds requirements for 2030 and designs the Army of 2040, it has this capability to rely on, not just for the next 6 weeks or the next 6 months, but really 10, 15, and 20 years from now. We got slides, but I'm happy to just talk, right? Yeah?
You can say next slide, or you can just keep talking, so it's whatever. If you say next slide, oh, look at that. I said
wow.
it. I invoked it accidentally.
Okay, magic. So, a lot of times, the institutions that we find ourselves working with, they ask questions like, who told you to go do this? Or what was the analysis done behind this crazy idea that soldiers could code? And to that, we say a lot of important entities, bipartisan, nonpartisan, that are far smarter than us, have been doing this work, as many of us in this room know, for the last 5 years, if not longer. The idea that the end users involved as much as possible in the development process is an absolutely great thing. And then I can't say it really any better than the 2021 National Security Commission on AI findings found is like the military services should create career fields in software development and integrate forward deployed dev units into operational units. I mean, that seems pretty clear and concise to me. And now, as a direct reporting unit to Army Futures Command, we need to figure out how to do that in an enduring, repeatable, responsible way, not just, once or twice when a contingency comes around and it becomes this pickup game of software development and who knows what. Thinking about agile teams, lean teams, platform-centric operations, like we in the Army conventionally think of maneuver tanks and aviation assets on a battlefield. So we'll see. That's what we're trying to prove out for the Army. Next slide. You say, let's see, 1, 2, 3. Next slide.
Next slide. Next slide.
It's only Zach's voice.
Yeah.
Right, Jarvis only likes him. So, all right, so you say, okay, that was cool, like national level policy stuff. What does that have to do with Army? There's a big layer in between, national level policy and little old you guys. And so that begins to talk about, we begin to talk about the whole idea of Army Futures Command, which was essentially built to forecast and prepare for a future operating environment, not necessarily on a 2 or a 3 year timeline, but on 5, 10, 15 years and out, because no command really in all of armed services had ever been built to think that way before. And that was in direct reaction from the Army about what it had sort of like this moment of self-awareness coming out of Iraq and Afghanistan. Anybody who's studied organizational psychology or bureaucracy in general knows that if any organization of the Army size does something for 20 years, which is what we did, we just continued to fight wars in Iraq and Afghanistan, you do that over and over and over again, you get pretty good at it, but you also get really faulty at anything and everything else. So as other competitors sort of got better in the world of emerging technologies or went to school on what we would do, how do we leap ahead and think about that for the future? We also, going back to that idea of forecasting a future operating environment, we think it's going to look very different or potentially look very different than we got used to operating in Iraq and Afghanistan. So what does that really mean? Well, networks, network connectivity, we're not going to be able to bank on that as much anymore, anywhere from degraded all the way out to disconnected. The permissibility and ability to move civilians and contractors around the battlefield is not going to be what it was in US CENTCOM. For those of you who did or did not serve, I'll just say it was sort of commonplace to see contractors in the talks, on the flight lines, as field service reps, working on a variety of different systems, right? What if we can't rely on that? And we can't rely on the network to reach back when some complex weapon system or communication suite fails. So you quickly envision this future operating environment amidst a bureaucracy that got used to not having to own this capability, where soldiers or uniformed soldiers are virtually or digitally cut off for potentially long periods of time. And they've got to be able to troubleshoot, adapt, even code their own solutions on the fly as the Army fields increasingly complex weapon systems and communication suites. That gave birth to the software factory idea, beginning to build a soldier or a service member competency at the infrastructure, platform, and application layer with all the bells and whistles of DevSecOps and CATO, continuous integration, right? To essentially mimic what that future operating environment might look like, which is responding to ad hoc, fast decision-making information requirements. So that's what we've basically built our unit around are those foundations. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide.
Next slide.
I'm not sure we need that one. Next slide. Okay, so what are we really doing? Are we a software delivery facility? No. Are we a training facility? No. We kind of do both of those things, but what we're really doing at the Army Software Factory is prototyping a future force design for 2030 and beyond. Think about all the things the Army needs to think about when it fields a new capability. Or better yet, think about how would you design an infantry squad if you didn't know anything about warfare? What would that infantry squad, how many people would it be? What ranks would they have? What weapon systems would they carry with them? How much could they carry on their back? Same idea, right? What are the knowledge, skills, and behaviors? What are the roles on the team if you're going to embed agile teams? How big do they need to be? What kind of work? What are the tool sets that should be available at the edge versus more centrally managed? All of those things we're virtually nowhere on, and somebody's got to start digging out what we call that .mlpf solution. So that's what we get to have fun with. It gives us a pretty long leash, all towards that 5 to 10 year end state of repeatably deploying uniformed soldiers as small, lightweight teams who can scope, prototype, and develop a software solution for a commander without knowing ahead of time what they're going to need to do, because that commander doesn't know what he or she is going to need in the moment. That's what this is all about. Let's go, I think, to the next one. I don't know how much time I have left. We do a lot of partnerships. Obviously, people here, some of you are partnered up with directly. Lots of idea exchange with industry and academia here in Central Texas. Our soldiers have the opportunity to earn credit with Austin Community College and the University of Texas at Austin. We get tech exchanges, lunch and learns, tech demonstrations, even mini internships with some of the companies I've got up there, are up there. We leverage a lot of commercial tooling like Slack and Google, trying to be first movers to help build the security packages so that software can get on accredited networks and in the hands of soldiers. So lots of interesting things going on at the software factory. I'm not sure what other slides that are here, but let's go to the next one. Yeah, okay, so this is what the pipeline looks like for soldiers. Really cool thing. This is the last thing I'll say because I don't want to take up too much time. We had this idea that software development is so ubiquitous, it's not just for the traditional officer who went to some bachelor degree and then got some grad degree, right? 480,000 soldiers on active duty in the Army alone. Guess what? Enlisted warrant officers, completely hidden skill sets that the Army didn't even know that it had because it doesn't canvass for that kind of talent or credit or certificate, right? We joke, it's not really a joke. If you go to the Chief Human Capital Officer of the Army and you ask them how many soldiers are airborne, they'll give you a pretty accurate answer. If you go to them and you say, hey, how many soldiers are familiar with cloud engineering? You're going to get the question, what's cloud engineering, right? So somebody's got to start curating, identifying all of this hidden talent as it walks out the door, right? And give it an opportunity to stay, empower it, and potentially build organized units of the soldiers that have already self-selected into this idea of national service. And so we've had really stunning results with talent that you would not normally or even intuitively think can do this. Supply sergeants, combat medics, truck drivers, logisticians, you name it. The talent comes from everywhere. That's the great thing about being in the United States military. So that's really all I wanted to say. Hopefully we'll have a good discussion after this, but I'll turn it over to the next speaker.
Awesome. Yeah, could you fast forward to the Smokey the Bear? Next. Perfect. Huh?
Said the right order.
Yeah.
All right. Hi, my name's Dong Hang. I'm the Deputy Director for Platform One. It's an Air Force organization, but it's meant to support the DoD and the greater federal government and industry. And so that's our logo. It's not who you think it is. It's a green monkey, and he's holding a cup of Kubernetes because that's what we pray to, I guess. We're mission obsessed. Next slide. So I've been with the organization for about a year and a half. I'm actually a reservist with the Air Force as well. But prior to that, I was with the Navy, and then I was at U.S. Army Europe as a civilian. And so I really appreciate kind of the things that I'm really actually amazed at what Army Software Factory is doing. It's freaking, I'm just stunned. But the things that we do in Platform One isn't just, we're not doing everything. We form partnerships. And so I'm so happy to be sitting side by side with, Cody here and the Colonel here about talking about how we as an ecosystem can build something together. And why do we think that way is because we are a platform organization. So what does that mean is that we don't necessarily provide the computing infrastructure that you know of, whether it's in the cloud or whether it's on your laptop or your mobile phone. We provide the layer that's in between that. That's the platform that supports the applications and the application developers that develop those apps for the users. And so the question is, well, why do we have that? Why does the Air Force decide that, hey, we're going to create a specific organization, not just a section or whatever, but dedicated to platforming? And it's because we need to have something that's common for everyone to use and take that that capability that most people need, but they don't have the expertise to get after. Now, one of this slide that, we opened this slide, generally kind of speaking, why is this important in general? And, we as a DoD, and again, I'm Air Force, but we think DoD, we continually fall behind our adversaries in software, and everything's software-based. And one of the things that I kind of came to an epiphany, long before is that, the U.S. has always dominated the war fighting environment for the longest time because we could outspend our adversaries because it was so hardware-centric. And that costs money, and it costs a lot of time to bend metal, and we got really good at that, especially after World War II. However, things have changed. Software is now baked into almost everything that we do, pretty much everything. I would say probably 99% of what we do. And that is the transformative thing that makes something that's, a one piece of equipment, and you network it with everything else, it becomes a powerful asset or improve your decision making. And that is the thing is that software, as we all know, is very easy. I remember there was a story of a homeless guy in San Francisco that had a phone, and he basically, had internet somehow because I think gave away free internet, and basically he learned how to code and he got a job, right? A homeless guy. I'm not saying everyone homeless, everyone can do it, but the say is that the barrier of entry is super low. And so what happens is our adversaries now, they're not homeless people, but they have, China and Russia, they have a lot of people are highly educated, highly motivated to actually do things that are maybe things that are not in our best interest. So it levels the playing field in a way that we have to continue to outpace. And you can see in that chart, the table there, it was from a standards group study a while back, but really kind of saying, the things that we do in the DoD takes way too long. Even some of the simplest functions that you would think is super trivial, it takes forever to actually get fielded, tested, approved for use, and it's a travesty. And then if things change, like if the environment changes or the needs change and you got to change your existing software, it takes almost just as long. Or even if it's a threat, that there's a vulnerability. There are organizations that say, hey, yeah, I know it's a threat, but my system, I don't know if I apply the patch, I can't, and if it breaks, I'm screwed, so I don't want to take that risk. But they don't account for the long-term risk because that happens more and more, and so they fall further and further behind in terms of the versions. So that is a problem, and that is a huge risk. And so at the bottom there, that's supposed to be a coder, it takes months and years to get to the warfighter. But not only that, it's not just getting the functions of the warfighter, it's like it takes a long time for the programmer, the developer, or the program office to get feedback from the warfighter. And that's really key to driving continuous improvements, right? And so we still fail, right? That's not 94%, whether we overspend on our projects, software projects, or we just don't deliver capabilities because it didn't meet the need, because we were off by several years. That's what happens. Next slide, please. And so what is Platform One then? So, our mission, we're here to transform the DoD, and it's not like we're going to just start, we're not just a technology company that puts out products, right, or organization. We're talking about building an innovative set of frameworks and building a collaborative culture, and also we want to provide a secure, and we want to do that in a secure way that you can trust. So it's all those things together. It's not just the technology, it's not just the tools, it's the people, the culture, and the frameworks to get after that. And our vision is to accelerate our dominance. Like, that's the bottom line. And so on the right there, that wedding cake chart, that's where we sit, right kind of in the middle there. We have our partnerships with Cloud One, which is the Air Force organization that they are the ones that are cloud brokers. And then they provide a lot of the security boundaries that we enjoy today. And then we build on top of that. And then we use a lot of technologies that are actually a lot of open source technologies, and we have commercial technology as well. And we have it in a way that you're not necessarily locked into one vendor, right? If you want to go to Amazon and say, hey, they provide a platform, they have all these, great. But if you need to get out of it, that may be a problem. Another benefit of having a common platform is that you're actually building interoperability from the start. So that if you want to run it on a ship, in a tank, in a plane, or whatever, and you have a common platform, now you have a place that you can land your software anywhere you build, right? And also that, one of the things I've learned over time is that we have developers, there's a lot of programming languages, and developers can be very finicky. They have certain languages they like to play with, right? And they like to stick with it. And I've heard stories where developers will move from company to company just because they're comfortable with a certain programming language. And when the company changes language, they will leave. And so talent is such a problem, Army Software already talked about that. And so we want to make sure that we have a common platform and you have standardized ways of actually interfacing and developing software. You can actually, I think, leverage the talent that's out there quicker without having them to relearn the language or move on. Now at the bottom there, you got the 4 product lines or value streams, we call them. And they kind of build upon each other, and they provide that end-to-end value of actually delivering DevSecOps. So on the left there with the wizard guy, that's our Cloud Native Access Point, or CNAP. And that, you need to start with the foundation of security, right? So that is our capability where we provide kind of that gateway where identity certification access management, where it basically makes sure that the guy or gal that's trying to get into our systems, whether it's a developer or a user, they are who they say they are. They are allowed the access. They're authorized for the access to the systems that they have access to, and then we get them the access and the permission to do so. And it also provides a zero trust architecture. That's geek speak for basically we have a system that doesn't trust anything or any system unless it passes certain gates and restrictions. That actually is a foundation of security that allows us to then go to the next one, which is that Iron Bank Iron Bank value stream, and it's basically a set of people, tools, and processes that allows us to harden and store these store components of software. Software developers are also lazy. They don't build stuff from scratch. They always have to go and find. They'll Google and do whatever to find stuff that's out in the wild, and they'll repurpose it. The problem is that that supply chain, you don't know where it came from, you don't know who's touched it. It's a huge vulnerability, and that's something that the federal government has recently recognized. And so we are actually spending the money to help support all of the federal government and DoD to bring in software, partnering with the companies if it's a commercial company, and actually going through and scanning their code and looking at it from the source, right? It's not just looking at binaries. And then and we also add additional software to harden it, which really means you're adding a couple things so that we can actually monitor it when it actually runs. We can, in real time, we see how it's operating and how it's communicating. And then we have a place where it's stored so people can use it for free, which is the crazy thing. And so if you're trying to do this yourself and you're really doing it right, and you're trying to pull things and harden things and all that stuff, you know what? Why do it yourself? Just pull it from there, get it for free. It's there, and it's available for everyone, including industry or anyone to pull from, which is amazing. The only thing we want you to do is to help the ecosystem by providing when you build stuff, is to share it by putting back into Iron Bank and sharing that, getting it out to the community as well. So that's what we ask. The next one, Big Bang. So you got your components, right? It's kind of like your ingredients. And now you have to figure out how to put it together. So we build a series of recipe books through Iron Bank. So it's recipes including infrastructure as code and configuration code. And what those are is essentially the recipe books to tell the system, the infrastructure, how to take the ingredients from Iron Bank and actually layer it on, connect them together, and actually run on certain types of infrastructure so that you can have a pipeline for your development teams, right? So that's what that recipe book's about. And finally, we want to demonstrate that you can do it and have a secure environment and actually get it accredited. So that's what PartyBus is. So we actually want to run our own. It's a P1 managed platform as a service, DevSecOps as a service, where you can actually go in and if you want to code from unclassified IL2 up to IL5 national security kind of things, you can come in and we will provide an environment for you. And when you build that application in PartyBus, you will have the opportunity to get it a certificate to field, meaning that you can now run it and have real live users with real DoD data at that impact level. And if you have to go higher than that to secret and JWICs, we have partnerships with AFRL, with Odin. They run secret and NTS level kind of PartyBus-like environments, and so you can dev low. And you want to dev low because you have a lot of talent that can't get clearances, or you don't want to spend the money, and then they will go prod high, meaning they will run in a higher level of classification. So that's kind of the schema of that. Next slide. So the one thing as we started up, Platform One's been around for what, 3 years? 3 years, 4 years, ish. I don't know, Andrew. And so the formation, and I think Cody was an OG from Platform One, so I'll just cite that. But what I've heard from oral history is that as like any startup, you're trying to figure out like what's your product market fit, and the team actually went through several iterations, but they kind of settled on these value streams, and these value streams represent. It's not like you have to have all of it, but it's a choice because organizations can't all use PartyBus because PartyBus has a certain set of defined, it's very opinionated, meaning it has very specific parameters that we said, hey, we're going to do it this way so that you can actually have a platform, but that's not the only way. And so if you can't use PartyBus for whatever reason, and you have the people and the talents, you can actually go and just say, hey, you know what, I'm going to go and take Big Bang, start with a common foundation, and then you have community-supported tools that you can layer on top of that, and build your own sort of either custom development environment or a custom production environment. If that doesn't work for you and you say, you know what, I'm going to do something completely different, I just want to start with the ingredients, you can pull from Iron Bank. And also, if you want to have a secure kind of connection, that's where CNAP is about. And this is kind of the way for us to kind of give people options of how to adopt our capabilities and not have to go one way or the other. Obviously, if you want to do it all yourself, it gives you the most control, but it's going to be super expensive because you're doing it yourself. You're not cost sharing. But if you go down, it's more opinionated, but the golden path is there for you to go faster, right? So that's kind of the takeaways. And so we recommend really, like anything else in Agile, right? Start small, find your niche, maybe use Party Bus or use just some other things, see if it works for you. And then if you get those wins, get those MVPs and demonstrate value to your organization, then maybe you can convince someone that you need to make a change in the POM process maybe, or something earlier than that, and try to grow that so you can get more talent and get that additional capabilities. Next slide. So finally, it's always good to kind of see numbers, but I've heard some critiques like, hey, what do these really mean, right? So one, numbers kind of gives you a sense of scale, but the two is that it gives you a sense of like who's involved and what's involved. So on the left there, upper left says collaboration tools. We don't just run like a DevSecOps platform that you just start coding in. You need additional things. You need collaboration, right? You need developers don't work alone. So we run Jira, our own Jira stack. We run our own Atlassian suite. We run Mattermost. And good and bad, that Mattermost tool is now being used by more than just developers. I mean, operators are using it all the time, and they love it. Iron Bank, we're continually get more and more containers every day. There's almost over 1,300 containers in there. So you have a lot to choose from. You don't really have, I mean, there's always going to be more, but there's things that you can choose from there. And you can see in the app, you can see all the users and connection devices, like how many people are hitting it, whether it's developers or users. And then finally up there on Party Bus, you see all the numbers, right? There's a lot of different developers, 4,000 developers, 156 teams that are actually trying to get their applications. We have about 44 applications now that are considered live. And they average 26 days to go to production, meaning they build something, it goes through our automated pipelines, and it goes and it gets a certificate field in about 26 days, which is amazing compared to like most DoD software that can be like from 12 to 18 months from scratch to actually get approved. So huge game changer from there. And then finally, Big Bang, you see that we're not the only ones that run our own Party Bus environment. These big organizations have used Big Bang in some way because they have specific use cases and have the money to support that. So, and you can see at the lastly, 34 times, we average, we are constantly even updating our systems and our capabilities. So we push the prod for Platform 1 about 34 times daily. So pretty intense. Anyway, I think that's it. Next slide. Yep, thank you.
Sweet. How are we on time? Good? Awesome. So last time someone handed me the mic, I was at LT and I think I got in trouble, so I have to give the obligatory, the thoughts and opinions today expressed are my own and my own personally. They don't reflect Air Force or Space Force, so there's that. If you have a problem with them, please come talk to me afterwards. We can talk all that good stuff. So I am Cody Paul. I am the acquisition and strategy lead out at Space Camp. Sorry to disappoint. We're not located in Huntsville, Alabama. We are actually in Colorado Springs. So slide. So for those of you not familiar, Space Camp, CAMP actually stands for Commercially Augmented Mission Platform. It's an acronym, just like everything else in the military, right? So obviously we have to play on that. Next slide. So here's our mission and our vision. Basically, we build mission applications for space warfighters, our guardians out there. We are chartered by the Space Operations Commander, Lieutenant General Whiting, out in Colorado Springs to help with his combat development teams to solve pain points and bring mission capabilities to the warfighter at a speed of need. Slide. Here's our organizational structure. So we're a little strange in the fact that we are actually underneath the Air Force Research Lab, so the S&T side of Air Force and Space Force, so they're one lab, two services. We just stood up as a branch not too long ago because, for those of you who don't know, Space Camp was created very organically, as in one deep person from AFRL went TDY to Colorado Springs and said, wow, we really are horrible at delivering software for space warfighters. So he actually stood up Space Camp. He was one deep, and now I think we're up to about 100 bodies out there in Colorado Springs doing the mission. Slide. Here's some awesome pictures of our leadership team. I'm on there somewhere. We also have our new tech director, Mr. Patrick Lorgan, who's actually with us here today over in the corner. We also have Mr. Sean Starnes. He is our CISO. He's also over in the corner. But we have a phenomenal team out there of talented folks who are passionate about delivering software capabilities to our guardians. Slide. All right, so this is a messy chart. Sorry, mine aren't as great as the kernels and dongs. But basically what I wanted to portray in this slide was, we work in balanced teams, and we are day-to-day, hand-in-hand on the ops floors with our operators, ensuring what we're delivering is what they want and not a top-driven down requirement from someone who maybe hasn't been on the ops floor in about 15 to 20 years. So we make it a point to go out and sit next to our operators, make sure we do our customer discovery to ensure that what we're building them is actually what they want versus them getting, the tire swing that they never wanted. Slide. Here's some of our relationships. As I mentioned before, we are underneath Air Force Research Lab, the S&T community. However, we have multiple customers throughout. So Space Systems Command is one of our customers. We work heavily with them specifically on the sustainment side of things. We work with Space Operations Command. As I mentioned, we have a charter with them to deliver capabilities for the combat development teams. We also work hand in hand with Platform One because Platform One actually took our platform not too long ago and made it their own. So now we're in the process of going through and standing up our Big Bang instantiation that Dog talked about. So we're getting back into the platform business. But currently, we are so gracious that they host all of our current applications. One of the last things I want to point out is we also have supercoders. So like the Army Software Factory is doing, I know it's not the only thing they're doing, but we are also grooming our own internal talent. So the Chief of Space Operations has said that we are a digital service. We absolutely are a digital service. What that means, it doesn't mean that every Guardian gets a laptop or like an iPad or any of those great things. But we are giving them opportunities to develop their coding skills. So we run Supercoders, which is a 3-month cohort with one of our vendor partners for teaching them how to do full stack development. Afterwards, they have a capstone event where they outbrief all of the senior leadership in the Space Force, and then we send them on to work with software factories within the Space Force and Air Force. So it's been a great, phenomenal program. Right now, I think we're up to 100 supercoders out there who are, going back to their deltas and actually delivering mission value by being embedded with their current deltas. Slide. Slide. And there's an awesome picture of our supercoders. So with that, very short and lean, but I'm really excited to hear the questions from the audience and talk to you more about what we're doing and how we can maybe partner in the future. Slide.
So I have a question. How is it that you came from Platform One, and then you went to Space Camp, and then you're saying that we still, can you explain that?
That's a great question. So for those of you who are unaware, I started my career, my officer career, at the Unified Platform Program Office. We were tasked with building a platform that offensive and defensive cyber operators could build mission applications on top of, and also connecting all of the disparate systems out there within the DoD. We started down the path of building out our own platform to get a continuous authority to operate. We awarded a contract. They said it could be done in 3 months. We waited about a year and had no platform, no code that we could use, no nothing. And so what we did was basically a bro network thing where we reached out around the community and found out people who were being important and could do things in this space. And so what we found was we reached out to Space Camp, and Space Camp at the time had just stood up their platform, and they were in the process of getting their continuous authority to operate. And so we were like, hey, we need to team with these guys and gals because they know what they're doing. And so from that relationship, the chief software officer at the time, Mr. Nicholas Shalon, he said, I'm going to take the technical talent from Space Camp, and I'm going to take the acquisition talent from Unified Platform, myself, and a couple of others, and we're going to create what's known as Platform One. So basically, they took the platform and the technical team from Space Camp at the time, and they pulled them over, and that's how we created Platform One.
Thank you for correcting the record.
No problem.
Nice. Well, I promised this would be more interactive, and as much as I know you love having them talk at you, I'm sure there are some burning questions out there. So let's start with a question from the audience, and then we can go from there. I know if no one else has a question, I know Stephen does.
I'm trying to think of one. This was very comprehensive.
Hi, my name is Jeff McClam, MIT Lincoln Laboratory, support largely a lot of the JICWA unified platform type work and kind of DevSecOps ecosystem across them. If I can, hearing each of you speak about what you're doing, I think a lot of times when we hear the software factories, it gets the lines get blurred as to are you all effectively the same thing in different mission areas, or are you doing how do you differentiate from each other? And if I may kind of repeat what maybe I've just heard from the software factory, from the Army software factory, that is, your focus is primarily on that, like you said, that soldier-led, developing a competency for soldiers to do organic software delivery. The platform, perhaps, is, and I'm a bit familiar with the kind of some of the technical details of the platform. That might be a bit ancillary to the primary focus. On the platform one side, you're building the actual platform. I mean, inherent in the name, you're building the platform building blocks that others can then consume. For example, someone like an Army software factory, or so on and so forth. And then on the Space Camp side, you're a domain-specific software factory for space. Happen to be using Platform One as building blocks, but I think in my mind, I guess, in trying to kind of different, that to me kind of has separates kind of, or differentiates, or kind of showcases where you're similar, but where you also differ. Is that a fair capture, I guess, of how you view yourselves?
Yes. No, I think, so the term software factory, and this has come up in the past, are we really a software factory? Are we pushing out widgets every day? Are we is our code like the product that we're delivering to warfighters at the end of the day? Like, maybe software factory isn't the correct term that we need to be using. But it's out there, and we have first to market, and it's branded. Obviously, it's branded pretty hardcore with the Army, but yeah, so I think for us specifically at Space Camp, our focus has always been on delivering mission capability, and that via DevSecOps, agile methods, really doing things faster than what the traditional way of delivering software has been done. And so for us, we focus heavily on the culture and the people and the change management aspect of it. The tech is always going to be there, right? There's always going to be new cloud providers. There's always going to be new platforms. There's always going to be all of these things that are happening. But if you don't have the people who can work with that technology, you're dead in the water. So for us, I think specifically, we're going to always focus on the culture and making sure we have the right folks there, and the tech is just going to take care of itself.
Don, do you identify as a software factory?
That's good. Sometimes I look at us as we're like a factory of factories, maybe. But that's a very loose idea, right? Is that we want to enable factories, if we're still using that term, and so that's why when we talk about our mission, and just like Cody was saying, it's not the tooling, it's the whole culture, and we want to provide a way for people to express that culture in a way that allows them to focus on what matters to them, which is the mission and delivering capabilities to the warfighter. And not saying, well, I have to be an expert in every single thing all the way down the tech stack because I can't trust someone, or it's too expensive to go somewhere else, or whatever, right? And so we want to provide that capability in the middle so that they can focus on their domain. And so the experiences I've seen in terms of the people, we don't have enough people, the right people, whether it's tech or even acquisitions. I mean, he's a unicorn, not because of his technical, but because he can understand and actually translate and provide acquisition, rigor, what's needed for the technical folks. And so that's where we have a shortfall, and we need to develop more of those people so they can actually develop the capabilities so that we can actually focus on the mission. Because otherwise, we're just wasting time and effort doing everything else.
I have to wait for my light to go green. Yeah, so I said it at the outset. Software Factory at this point, I think, means a lot of things to a lot of different people. Certainly in the Army, they heard Software Factory and they thought networking, infrastructure, USBs, right? And I think it highlights how little, as an institution, we understand emerging technologies. Our Chief of Staff of the Army, I hope I'm not misquoting him, but he's just saying, he's like, the first 90% of the Army can't tell the difference between the technical competence of the 91st and 99th percentiles. I think that's actually pretty astute. So I would just highlight to say, this is something that we talk about, and the Deputy Secretary of Defense put out a memorandum earlier this year. The title of it was Software Modernization, and she called out and highlighted the culture of innovation that the software factories bring to DoD, and encouraged the wider enterprise to scale that sort of innovation and ground-up sense of culture. And so as a result, our software factories, all of them, now come together quarterly as a joint software factory coalition, or whatever we've called it. I think we're on the 4th iteration of that, and we take turns all hosting. That's part of the reason why some of these software factories are here in Austin. Coupled with Fed Supernova, we held it this past week at the Army Software Factory. So we're trying to figure out how to best, represent the value for this entire ecosystem. And luckily, we've got friends from OSD here to help us do that.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because, so in February is when that came out, the DevSecDef said, thou shalt come up with a set of things that we'll do as a department. One of the mandates was to develop a software factory ecosystem. And so that's why these words are coming up recently, why we had these gatherings, most recently, like Vito said, here in Austin. But one thing I would ask the group, a lot of these, it sounds like, especially Space Camp, just kind of came up out of nowhere. And they have something versus like an Army Software Factory that was very deliberately planned and executed. Now that we have pretty clear guidance from the Deputy Secretary of Defense, if we're having regular meetings, what are you seeing out of that as within your respective organizations of areas that we now can start working together, or areas that maybe other opportunities that have come out of it? So, Cody, I know you have some opinions on it.
Yeah, absolutely. So super excited whenever the Army Software Factory invited everyone back in March to South by Southwest for the first iteration of the Software Coalition. At the time, we weren't calling it Software Coalition. It was just a bunch of software organizations coming together to really feel each other out and understand exactly what it is we're doing, right? So with that, there was a lot of fact-finding. I think it was like a first date, right? So you show up and everyone's trying to understand, like, hey, how does this work? The second iteration was hosted in Colorado Springs, where we got a little bit more into detail on some of the things challenges that we would like to tackle, maybe some problems or pain points that we were all experiencing. So from that, I think we came up with like 5 main focus topic areas that we wanted to tackle. And one being acquisitions. Acquisitions is always hard. It's like space. It's hard, especially in software, right? Because it doesn't happen overnight. The next one was mission thread mapping, right? So where do we fit in this ecosystem? Who are we supporting? Who are our customers? And oh, by the way, are we supporting the same customers? So is there any overlap, right? Is there redundancy? Who do we support, basically? The next one was, let me think about this. Sadia, where are you at? Help me out. Throw me a bone. Talent management, 100%. That's one of the hardest things, and to me personally, I feel like that's the biggest detriment to national defense is talent management, having the right folks to help us, right? Our industry partners, making sure that we have the right folks who can help us win our future wars. The next one, the coalition. So identity, right? So really figuring out what it is we're going to do moving forward. And so, we have focus groups who are working through all of those things and identified folks who, are leading those as well. So it's been phenomenal, in my opinion. I think it's something that probably should have happened a couple of years ago, really, when we all stood up. But we're there now. We're working at it. And I think, hopefully we'll have a brief to everyone so we can really focus in on what we're providing and that we can work together in the future.
Yeah, I actually want to shout out to the Army Software Factory. Again, it wasn't the Army that I was part of when I was briefly with. They basically said, hey, they found an opportunity and they took it and they brought people together out of the blue, and we came together, and it was just amazing, right? It's just something that I think it was just such a phenomenal thing. What was interesting was after the coalition formed and it started kind of building this momentum of these lines of effort, that's when the big DoD came in and said, hey, we want to do kind of similar things. And so there was a parallel effort at the strategic level at the Pentagon, kind of looking at some similar concepts about software factories and how do you define them. And so it was like the software modernization steering groups and all that stuff. And it was interesting to see that evolution kind of happening in parallel, but the coalition at the practitioner level was happening a little bit ahead. And so so we started having folks from the coalition then actually participate at the steering group level to provide input and insights at what people that are actually doing the work, the practitioners are actually seeing, and then actually informing them at the Pentagon how we can kind of navigate this together, which is an amazing concept. Like, I've never seen this ever I've been, in the military for like 20 years. I've never seen it. It's usually downward directed. There's taskers through TMT, and then you answer the RFIs back, and that's how those things happen. This was completely organic, and we were just literally meeting on teams to actually provide that insight. And so then I think the cycles have been a lot faster in terms of the evolution, especially at the senior levels about what was going on. So I think that was a huge win. So.
Yeah, I think it's just doing what we know, best practices from the tech sector, right? Like self-organizing teams with large left and right limits that operate off of, in this case, the DevSecDev's intent. Being responsible with who we let into these organizations and what we let them do, and being judicious about collaborating to our left and right with each other, and then communicating in an organized fashion those lessons learned up to senior leaders who, we got to see it from their direction too, or from their perspective as well. Like, hey, this software factory thing, this is weird. Like, sometimes they don't have a plan for things. They can't tell you, how long it's going to take them to get from A to B to C, and we're not comfortable with that kind of risk because, right, cost, schedule, performance, and clearly defined end states are kind of a thing in the military. So, but the good news is we understand that perspective. It's not coming from a place of concern. It's just coming from a point of culture and practice. So we can bridge that gap, and far more powerful if we do it together.
Yeah, I think if we can get the Pentagon working with units in the field, I think like peace in Ukraine might be easier. So it's pretty amazing. Go back to the audience. We have a question here. Excellent.
So y'all have gotten, through the software factories, it's kind of the DevSecOps processes, tools, organizations, training. Is there a thought or plan for kind of incorporating MLOps and machine learning into each of your organizations is doing something slightly different. Is that a thought, a plan, or might that be a separate organization even?
I'll go first, just because I spent my morning talking about this. So Army Futures Command has sort of like two parallel efforts. One of them is the Army Software Factory, agile, lean, lightweight dev teams, rapid path to production, continuous integration, continuously. We got over in Pittsburgh, the Army the Artificial Intelligence Task Force for the Army, partnered up with CMU. They've taken sort of a similar model from what we've kind of carved out here, running officers through Carnegie Mellon graduate degrees, and then trying to employ them in the same way. So there's an incubation period for both units of trying to just grow capacity, demonstrate a little bit of value in those emerging technologies for senior leaders who are generally kind of skeptical, right? And then, like, what is the concept for employment in the future, to your exact point about AI ML ops teams, right? Like, we've always envisioned them coming together once mature. Industry's already leading the way on that, right? People with the data science and data engineering slices, as well as like world-class UI UX designers and truly lean PMs, putting them together, and then again, prototyping that future force design, which is a specified task to Army Futures Command and the Army, only part of the Army that does that kind of thing, to design the Army of 2040. And I'm biased, right? But I don't think it's that far away. And so we can probably accelerate it. But the Army gets nervous about accelerated timelines.
So for the platform side, I think if you're talking about the platform itself, we're not actively doing ML ops within the platform, but I think that there's opportunities to do that from an S&T perspective. But obviously, we have our customers, our users of the platform who are actually building state capabilities for themselves. And one that's our sister organization, Level Up. They deal with a lot of the big data for Cyber Command, and then they're basically trying to. They've actually instantiated a Big Bang instance that they manage. They started with Party Bus at some point, and then they kind of grew up and got their own platform, and using our capabilities. And then what they've done is then started building a lot of these tooling and capabilities, to hold the data, manage the data, like big data, like just I don't know how many terabytes, but just a lot. And then networking that across the different services because they have their own data, and then they're building tools to actually harness, discover, cleanse, and all that stuff that they do. And so that's obviously the foundational pieces you need for ML, right? So that's what they're kind of working on, and that's again we're enabling that capability for what they have.
Yes. No, what I would say is, the Space Force is working hand in hand with the AI Accelerator up at MIT, Lincoln Labs. So we have Guardians going through that program. It's like every 6-month rotation, something like that. And we have worked in the past previously with some small businesses on SBIR and STTR efforts to get after some of those things. And then obviously Air Force Research Lab is heavily invested in ML and AI ops. So yes.
Since you invoked the 4-letter word, SBIR, it was you've invoked this God now has to talk about it. So because we're at Capital Factory, because we have industry in the room and people may be watching, and it's certainly a question that we need to get to. Now's a good time. How do your respective organizations work with industry, and what are the different opportunities? Let's say either to provide either service or tooling to your organization, or otherwise partner. And you mentioned SBIR, so I think that's a good start.
Yeah, I can go first on this. So I'm a huge advocate and proponent for the SBIR STTR program. Space Camp actually got started off of SBIRs and STTRs, literally leveraging industry partners to help them build out the platform that eventually became Platform One. Whenever I was at Level Up, our first 2 contracts that we did were direct to phase 3s with companies who we loved their tech and we knew that they were going to be great. So we literally awarded direct to phase 3s. Whenever I was in charge of acquisitions at Platform One, our acquisition strategy was to always augment our portfolio and supplement it with SBIRs and STTRs. So, I mean, I don't know if there's a record out there for folks who have signed off on letters of support or MRUs, but I'm pretty close, I would guess. So maybe build out an ML op to figure that out. Obviously today, being in charge of acquisitions at Space Camp, it's absolutely in our portfolio. I don't know off the top of my head how many companies we have currently on SBIRs and STTRs with us, but I can tell you it's a lot.
Yeah, I was looking at the Platform One portfolio that he started, and I think out of we have like 35 contracts right now. I think at least a third of them are SBIR kind of contracts, right? So we have a lot, and again, it's just the work that Cody and his team did of actually setting us up. The thing that I think the nuance of, I talked to some of the other the ex-Platform Oneers. The thing with small business is that they bring a hunger that a big business, they're hungry, but they have other things going on in their bellies too, right? And so, but when you have a small business, we know that they are hyper focused on the problem that we need them to do, which is like that's exactly that's what we need. And they don't have as many distractions maybe or other priorities and then we can basically, and what we've done is a lot of times is we don't just have, and I've been in program offices, other bigger ones, that they do it because it looks good to say we do small business, but what happens is when you transition, it doesn't happen, right? And I've been there. I was a tech director. I'm not going to say the program. I was a tech director, and my job was to do cyber type stuff. And what happened was, we were doing stuff, but the program managers, they have a budget to manage. They have they're in a 7-year of a 10-year acquisition strategy they're going through. And the POM process told them, like, this is what's going to happen, and this is what they're going to build. And we could not get them to say, hey, look, this new technology, this is going to change things, because it creates risk. And so for Platform One, being a younger organization, we don't have as many expectations. We actually were able to not only bring in the technologies, and this is again the fine work that Cody and the team did, but also from the technology side, we actually brought the people into the teams. So yes, we have our own organic contracts of people of talent that work for us, but we also not only leverage Cyber as a way to get the products, but it's also getting the people. The people was the key to actually not only building it and integrating it into our technology base, but also growing it and making it something viable for everyone to use. So I think that was a huge breakthrough of what Platform One did and is doing today, is to integrate the people that come from those companies and not just, hey, give me a product.
So yeah, we're not necessarily the same sort of like Cyber organization that these folks are. I would turn your attention, if it's not already abundantly clear, here in Austin with Army Futures Command, to Army Applications Laboratory, which holds that Cyber authority. As far as like broader work that we do with industry, I mean, I think it's pretty multivariate. Everything, like I said at the open, we do a lot of tech demonstrations for industry that just wants to come in, be able to interact with the soldiers at the software factory. They share what they're working on, and then the soldiers get to share what they're working on, ask questions, nice idea exchange there. Tech demonstrations, usually we do it on Thursday or Fridays during lunch. So that's an absolutely an open invitation to everybody in this room. We also, when it makes sense, we're interested in bringing on commercial technologies into the tech stack. That less of an open invitation for that. But again, like I would just coach, like, somebody like me, like every night my LinkedIn box gets filled up with direct messages for somebody trying to sell me some piece of software, right? Like, I would just think about if that's the route you're going, just try to make it a little clearer where the value is. Yeah, but I don't think this happens without like absolutely a whole of industry approach. Really, it's the commercial technologies that should be turbocharging the soldiers' abilities. If we're building everything ourselves, if we're trying to figure it all out for the first time ourselves, like shame on us. We absolutely know better than that. So I hope that answers the question.
Definitely, absolutely. Yeah, no, thanks for doing that. So we've had about an hour to chat and do some of the introductions. We have maybe 35, 40 minutes left in it, and we really wanted to kind of wrap it as being this interactive part. So this is the part where we'll finish up the panel piece, and then for the last bit of time, we just have conversations. I mean, that's really where the magic happens. That's the value of something like Fed Supernova, is bringing like-minded people in a room together to have conversations. So with that, we'll kind of end this part of the panel, and I'll certainly thank my victims here for sitting up and talking about what they do. And then, let's turn to interactive meetup and have some conversations. So thanks, everyone.